Actually, I expect 7 people here. Okay. Okay. Just warning you guys, this is usually the part that isn't that fun to begin with. It's just me doing my listening training. So if you have any questions, just ask. Otherwise, I'm just gonna continue just doing my own thing and study. Nothing interesting. So, let's see. Okay, good. Everyone left. More peaceful now.
我唔化得妝嘛，因為我皮膚敏感。因為我皮膚敏感，所以我冇去得做 facial 啦，所以我冇去得做 facial 啦，又冇得咧化到咧好靚靚嗰啲啦，咁我又冇得咧化到咧好靚靚嗰啲啦，咁我就係只可以護膚同埋搽防曬啦，因為皮膚敏感。咁我覺得着得好啲咁我覺得着得好啲乾乾淨淨，或者乾乾淨淨，或者有啲飾物嗰啲都。或者有啲飾物嗰啲都幾好啊，唔使咁樣衰啦，即係唔使咁樣衰啦，即係。
Hey Neo, how are you? How's it going?
唔使咁樣衰啦，即係咁樣嘅啫。
其實係令到啲人覺得咧，即係譬如醫生有好多人都覺得哇我好正經嘅，有好多人都覺得哇我好正經嘅。
Not depressed anymore. You're depressed?
嘅一定要着你譬如女醫生可能會着suit 啊，一啲套裝啊，一啲套裝啊，一啲套裝啊，男醫生着西裝。
Yeah, you get used to it. This is why you're supposed to learn for yourself, technically. But it's always to have someone like you want to reach at least. Just don't compare it, I suppose.
其實你係咪都好刻意去打破呢個框？
Yes, yesterday when I realized I should have listened more. Yeah, it's whatever you want to do in the end.
其實你係咪都好刻意去打破呢個框？我做翻自己框，我做翻自己我中意做嘅嘢就自己我中意做嘅嘢就應該有去做嘅，
嗱，老實講，做醫生嘅嘢，你估真係坐喺度？你估真係坐喺度係噏幾句咩？你又要企高身嘅，你又要企高身嘅，又要服侍佢，又要同佢檢查，啱又要咧同佢打針又成，咁咪咁樣着，跟住我着件 lab coat 方便咧。如果你着住，跟住我着件 lab coat 方便咧。如果你着住啲 suit 嗰啲係坐喺度咧，俾你哋影相嗰陣，扮靚靚嗰陣嘅啫。
It was funny. Well, actually, when I turned on the stream, I saw like 7 people instantly just came and said, "Whoa, that's too many people." I went back to 1. I was like, "Okay, this is a lot better now."
咁我係唔扮嘢，
門面嘢嚟嘅啫，門面嘢嚟嘅啫。
咁而家尤其是而家 after covid， 哇翻屋企由頭洗落腳，咁你點嗰件 suit 點洗啫？咁唔好搞呢咁嘅嘢啦。即係而家又唔係去扮嘢，嗱我呢啲全部可以冚埋 cheap 嘢嚟噶嘛。咁啊唔驚話個洗衣機洗爛佢啦，係咪？咁好開心啊！咁啊鞋都係洗噶嘛，咁 OK 咯。咁我覺得舒服得啦。
所以我諗到2個數嚟去形容你嘅，樸素同埋我行我素。 你認唔認同咧？你認唔認同咧？
Pork show 啊，即係慳錢係咪慳妹？
係冇錯。你頭先話你啲 cheap 嘢，所謂嘅 cheap 嘢，我唔知你 cheap 嘅定義有幾高定低啦。嘢我唔知你 cheap 嘅定義有幾高定低啦。
唔係以前咧冇咁 cheap 啊，而家越嚟越 cheap 啊，而家越嚟越 cheap 啊。
I'm probably not as good as you think. In the end, it's just numbers. So let's do what you need to do.
而家越嚟越 cheap 啊。
物質上穿唔係個人穿，物質上穿唔係個人穿。
喂，以前咧都話買個名貴啲手袋拎下啊，係咪先啊？咁喂，以前咧都話買個名貴啲手袋拎，咁啊着啲波鞋都bling bling啊嗰啲幾千蚊對啊！哇，梗係老咗喎。
It's okay. Let the time go by, little by little.
嗰啲 Bustle Strain 冇咁好喎。我拎個名貴手袋，哇！我拎個名貴手袋，哇！
If you decide to learn Link, I'll personally help you learn how to use Link if you really want. Personally. All right, take care.
我拎個名貴手袋，哇！我拎個名貴手袋，哇！我拎個名貴手袋，哇！好重嗰啲名貴手袋。拎個布袋算啦。拎個布袋算啦。拎個布袋算啦。
我都係喎。
哇！嗰啲鞋喎，咪着唔到啦，自己着嗰啲鞋撲過喎，咁着嗰啲鞋撲過喎，咁啊唯有着呢啲白飯魚咁嘅嘢咯。咁啊唯有着呢啲白飯魚咁嘅嘢。
同埋你話中意煲劇㗎嘛？同埋你話中意煲劇㗎嘛？
煲劇。
同埋你話中意煲劇，你有冇睇過一啲咧？即係關於一啲嘅醫生啊、醫療嗰啲嘅，我諗電視劇啊、電影都好多。即係關於一啲嘅醫生啊、醫療嗰啲嘅，我諗電視劇啊、電影都好多。即係關於一啲嘅醫生啊、醫療嗰啲嘅，我諗電視劇啊、電有冇啲係你推介嘅？有冇啲係你推介嘅？有冇啲係你推，或者好貼近呢個現實嘅狀況嘅，或者好貼近呢個現實嘅狀況嘅
劇啊，通常誇張啦，同埋唔誇張點好睇啊？
靚仔靚女添㗎嘛，都係靚仔靚女添㗎嘛，
係啦，咁啊，現實就唔會有咁嘅事發生嘅嚇。咁啊，現實就唔會有咁嘅事發生嘅。咁啊，我哋嘅生活都係好平淡㗎咋嚇。咁啊，我哋嘅生活都係好平淡㗎咋，唔會話夜晚又會出去有得蒲啊，唔會話夜晚又會出去有得蒲啊，去飲下酒，去飲下酒，
去酒吧㗎嘛，去酒吧㗎嘛，
會啦，
所以戲還戲啦都，所以戲還戲啦都，
要讀書㗎夜晚都又要 CME 啦，又要不停進修啦。又要不停進修啦，因為啲嘢日新月異啊嘛。咁因為啲嘢日新月異啊嘛。咁其實做醫生係一個都好忙嘅一個職業嚟㗎。咁其實做醫生係一個都好忙嘅一個職業嚟。
你差唔多30幾年前你差唔多30幾年你生你嘅仔仔啦嚇。你嗰陣時去妊娠毒血嘅係咪啊？
嗯。
你嗰陣時去妊娠毒血嘅係咪啊？都試過喺生死之間徘徊喎。都試過喺生死之間徘徊喎。
係啊，如果血壓好高嘅，係啊，如果血壓好高嘅，你可以死亡㗎。
可唔可以講下嗰陣時嗰個情況係點樣？即係講下嗰陣時嗰個情況係點樣？即係點樣令到你哇喺鬼門關嗰個路過？
我都唔知嗰陣時好後生啊嘛。嗰陣時，我喺 Adelaide 啊嘛，嗰陣時，我喺 Adelaide 啊嘛，嗰陣時就生個小朋友啊嘛，咁就係喺澳洲嘅醫院啦。 咁就係喺澳洲嘅醫院啦。生完個仔之後咧就，我記得咧我根本係都幾病下嘅，我直情係講唔到嘢嘅。深刻我覺得我唔得啦，我都一定要起翻身講翻嘢嘅。咁啊起翻身講翻嘢啦，咁啊着翻件咧光光鮮鮮嘅衫，出翻街，起翻身講翻嘢啦，就咁。
個意志力推動你。
Hey, Dark IV, how you doing, man? Nice to have you.
個意志力推動你。
Just doing my listening training, so not the most entertaining, but feel free to ask questions.
個意志力推動你要起翻身，
意志力咯，
要起翻身，
意志力咯，
站起來，
站起來啦，
係啊。另外一樣就係你媽媽過身嘅，因為嗰陣時係患乳癌嘅，因為嗰陣時係患乳癌嘅，知道係啊。咁媽媽嗰個嘅離開，咁媽媽對你嗰個生死嗰個睇法又係點樣？好慘啊！嗱，因為你知啦，我做醫生啊，好似為咗我阿媽咁噶嘛。你即係你阿媽中意你醫生。
I saw your interview. I love Link. I really think this format where you study live is such a good one. I'm definitely going to be sticking around. Thank you, man. Just to make you feel more comfortable, I recommend you mute me when you see me listening. But when you have a question or you see questions come in, then unmute me so that you can hear any answers. But thank you, Dark IV. I appreciate your kind comment.
你即係你阿媽中意
你聽阿媽講。
咁我又讀到書咪讀啦，為咗佢係咪先？咁我讀完做醫生啱啱做醫生嗰陣，佢就乳癌就過身啦。咁即係佢都冇即係能夠長命啲睇。咁即係佢都冇即係啲睇到我做到一個即係好嘅醫生係咪啊？咁咪死咗咯。咁我話我好 depressed 咯，嗰陣時我真係好 depressed 啊。咁跟住咧我就好懷疑。做乜鬼醫生啫？醫生都醫唔到病嘅，我最親嗰個阿媽都因為乳癌死咗，做乜鬼醫生啫？即係冇 purpose， 都唔知自己做咩生，冇用啊！做醫生冇用，就係話做醫生冇用。嗰陣係咁嘅感覺咯嚇，
好多人都覺得醫生看慣生死㗎啦，已經可能係麻木添㗎啦。咁但係對於你嚟講，都係有血有肉嘅人嚟㗎嘛，你面對一啲病人嘅一啲即係喺生死。
For sure, I don't want to interrupt the workflow too much, but how many hours do you dedicate to language? It seems like around 5. Nah, minimum 2. The reason I do 5 is just because it's extra. So I do ideally like a 5-minute session per language of real audio. So overall 2 hours minimum, and then everything else is just extra.
So
pretty much I do listening like a speed run because you technically increase the speed, and that's pretty much you just try to go as fast as you can and try not to be interrupted. So you're fine.
不管是靠位的还是其他的时间，有没有想过，如果加拿大现在转，我搬回香港去住是吧？
我没有这想法。
为啥？
肯定40多岁、50多岁了，40多岁、50多岁，你回香港，你可以做什么？你不会做那个低层吧？中层的话，有没有人会请你？高层的话
I really want to learn Mandarin, but I don't know how to start. In the Confucius close to me, but not sure I'll be able to get enrolling in the Confucius. You mean a Mandarin school? Are you in China or something? My opinion, you don't need school. Save your money.
高层的话，你所谓比他们好的，可能就是英语吧。
Brazil, falas Português. That's cool. Muito bem. Depende la situación. That's cool. I didn't even know Brazil had a Chinese school.
你所谓比他们好的，可能就是英语吧。
I recommended se fala português.
你所谓比他们好的，可能就是英语吧。
My Portuguese is definitely not good. It's always fun just to try, but that was actually the first time. Mi primeira vez a falar português, então muito difícil a minha opinião. Opinião?
你所谓比他们好的，
Now Daniel experience, yeah.
你所谓比他们好的，但是45、50岁他们还会请你们，这是个 age。
See, follow Portuguese. It's do whatever you think is best for you. So
在加拿大来讲，我反而没有觉得这是，因为有很多在我同期进去工作的，因为有很多在我同期进去工作的，40、50岁也有，所以在这一块可能比较公平，所以我从来没有想过，因为我知道或者我的终点还是在多伦多吧。但是如果现在我是20、30岁的话，
actually, it's like my first times. I really have no experience. So you heard me the first time ever speaking Portuguese. I'm actually very terrible, of course, because I never really speak it. But
但是如果现在我是20、30岁，但是如果
thank you though.
如果现在我是20、30岁的话，我可能还是会闯一闯，这年纪真的是有关系的，这年纪真的是有关系的。
在你看来，香港和加拿大这个哪里生活更容易一些，或者对普通人来说？
对我来讲，我觉得因为已经习惯了。
But if you actually want to learn Mandarin, I do have one video about what would I do if I start over. If you want to watch that, you can go to my lives and go all the way to the far bottom, and there is a video called Existe un video sobre cómo aprender portugués, aprender Mandarin si tengo una oportunidad.
因为已经习惯了，毕竟40年了，你已经熟悉那个模式。还有我们常说语言的自由，在香港，如果政府认为你是错的，也就是错，他可以做任何事情，没办法。我也不是说去评，大家自己了解就对了。在多伦多，所以如果论政治语言来讲的话，我觉得在外国可能会比较好一点。
啊，这个华人真的是太多了，
你看看，
全是华人。
这个地区的房子为什么这么贵？
I watched the video. I'm looking forward to learning Chinese for real because I memorize a lot of traditional characters and all the radicals because of Japanese. Oh, you pretty much have an advantage then when you have an advantage. I'm not sure how far you got, but definitely an advantage for sure.
这个地区的房子为什么这么？是因为
还贵呢？
贵啊！第一是因为 Markham 啊，因为是比较山；第二也是刚才讲学校中学啊。然后这个中学，现在它的排名位置就是那个 Top 1 and 2，
因为全是华人，当然是 Top 1。
Top 1 and 2又怎么？它只是这一个年度，对不对？对不对？不是每年都是 Top 1 and 2。
不是，你如果华人越好，他会永远保持 Top 1 2，因为华人学习厉害呀。
哎，这个我就不知道为什么。到那时候我小孩已经，对，你看不见了。看学校这么大啊，所以你就问问自己，如果真的有机会可以，如果能力是可以的话，你也会吧？不是吗？是会？
不知道，我觉得咱们可以把这个问题扔给咱们屏幕前的这个。
对，
如果你是一个移民的，你移民来到加拿大了，你愿不愿意把自己的一个99.9%都是亚洲人的这样
你就不要讲99.9%吧？我觉得90%也不太过分。
90%，
对，这所学校蛮出名的啊。对，你看看从这一所到那一所。
Để em gửi một cái file độ khoảng theo từng thứ, để em gửi một cái file độ khoảng 10 cái sheet ở trong đấy, và sếp phải tìm ra được là cái điểm nào là điểm mạnh. Tất nhiên là sếp nhìn thì có thể cũng phải tìm ra được là cái điểm nào là điểm mạnh. Tất nhiên là sếp nhìn thì có thể cũng rất là nhanh bởi vì họ có kinh nghiệm. Thế nhưng mà em không nên để sếp cần cũng rất là nhanh bởi vì họ có kinh nghiệm. Thế nhưng mà em không nên để sếp cần phải tốn thời gian để mà lục trong một cái email dài như thế để tìm ra được những vấn đề đấy. Em nên là người chỉ ra được là điểm nào cần chú ý cho sếp để những vấn đề đấy. Em nên là người chỉ ra được là điểm nào cần chú ý cho sếp, tiết kiệm được thời gian cho sếp nghĩ được các cái chiến lược khác. Nó sẽ là một cái benefit cho toàn bộ bộ phận, toàn bộ tổ chức của mình. Sẽ là một cái benefit cho toàn bộ bộ phận, toàn bộ tổ chức của mình.
Và cái đấy người ta sẽ đánh giá con người thì mình là tư duy đấy.
Dạ.
Đúng không? Cái tư duy nó rất logic, rất thông minh và nhìn rộng hơn. Thế lại vẫn nói về vấn đề mà nhìn rộng hơn này. Rất thông minh và nhìn rộng hơn. Thế lại vẫn nói về vấn đề mà nhìn rộng hơn này. Trong nghề nghiệp có lúc đứng giữa hai lựa chọn, một bên là lương, là chức vụ. Trong nghề nghiệp có lúc đứng giữa hai lựa chọn, một bên là lương, là chức vụ, hoặc là cái title nghe nó rất sang chảnh, nó cao, rồi quyền lợi ngay sát sườn, hoặc là cái title nghe nó rất sang chảnh, nó cao, rồi quyền lợi ngay sát sườn cho bản thân. Còn một bên là một môi trường làm việc em có thể học hỏi được, em có mentor hoặc có cơ hội để phát triển dài hạn, thì em nhìn chuyện này được, em có mentor hoặc có cơ hội để phát triển dài hạn, thì em nhìn chuyện này nó sẽ như thế nào?
Đúng là đây là một cái bài toán cực kỳ khó đối với từng người, và cũng phải nói rằng là không có cái sự lựa chọn nào là hoàn hảo cả. Vâng. Thế thì bản thân em hay anh chắc là trong cuộc đời của mình cũng đã rất là nhiều lần đứng trước sự lựa chọn là bây giờ là mức lương cao hơn. Mình cũng đã rất là nhiều lần đứng trước sự lựa chọn là bây giờ là mức lương cao hơn hay là cơ hội công việc tốt hơn. Thế thì lại phải đặt lên bàn cân. Tốt nhất là mình nên viết ra điểm trừ của từng cái quyết định nếu như mà mình đi theo cái quyết định đấy. Điểm trừ của từng cái quyết định nếu như mà mình đi theo cái quyết định đấy. Tuy nhiên là có một cái câu hỏi mà mình luôn phải trăn trở ấy, là liệu bây giờ nếu mình tuy nhiên là có một cái câu hỏi mà mình luôn phải trăn trở ấy, là liệu nếu mình lựa chọn theo cái sự lựa chọn đó thì trong 2 hay 3 năm tới thì giá trị của bản thân mình nó sẽ ở đâu?
Hay, em nói tiếp đi.
Vâng, thế thì giá trị của con người mình nó ở đâu thì giá trị của con người mình nó thế thì giá trị của con người mình nó ở đâu thì giá trị của con người mình nó đến từ rất là nhiều thứ. Thứ nhất là nó có thể là giá trị của chính cái tổ chức mà mình làm cho. Nên nhiều khi là ngay từ cái ngày em nhớ là ngay từ những cái tổ chức mà mình làm cho. Nên nhiều khi là ngay từ cái ngày em nhớ là ngay từ những cái ngày onboarding đầu tiên mà em làm orientation cho nhân viên ấy, mà em luôn nói những cái ngày onboarding đầu tiên mà em làm orientation cho nhân viên ấy, mà em luôn nói với nhân viên rằng là ấy, nếu anh ở trong một cái tổ chức tốt, bản thân anh nói với nhân viên rằng là ấy, nếu anh ở trong một cái tổ chức tốt, bạn làm tốt. Nhưng mà nếu như mà em mà ở trong một cái tổ chức ấy mà em mang ra ví dụ cho lên mạng xã hội, em nói những cái điều không tốt về tổ chức đấy, một tổ chức xấu thì sẽ bao gồm những con người xấu hơn. Đó, thì những cái đấy là một tổ chức xấu thì sẽ bao gồm những con người xấu hơn. Đó, thì những cái đấy là bản thân mình là phải chia sẻ, bởi vì bây giờ mạng xã hội nó quá mở. Nhiều khi là ngay lập bản thân mình là phải chia sẻ, bởi vì bây giờ mạng xã hội nó quá mở. Nhiều khi là ngay lập tức là ngày hôm nay bị sếp mắng chẳng hạn, thì ngày hôm sau về có thể post, ngay lập tức là ngày hôm nay bị sếp mắng chẳng hạn, thì ngày hôm sau về có thể post lên là ở đây nó ABC thế này, nó XYZ thế kia. Đó, thế nhưng mà mình phải hiểu, post lên là ở đây nó ABC thế này, nó XYZ thế kia. Phải hiểu là nếu mình là một cái mảnh ghép xấu thì cái tổ chức đấy nó mới xấu. Còn nếu mình là một cái mảnh ghép xấu thì cái tổ chức đấy nó mới xấu. Còn nếu như mà tất cả ở trong đấy mọi người đều tốt thì tổ chức đấy phải tổ chức tốt. Thứ hai là cái giá trị đấy sẽ đến từ chính cái năng lực cốt lõi của bạn, phải tổ chức tốt. Thứ hai là cái giá trị đấy sẽ đến từ chính cái năng lực cốt lõi của bản thân mình mà mình tốt hơn qua thời gian. Thì mình phải tự hỏi là bây giờ 2 hay 3 năm nữa tôi ở vị trí nào? Bây giờ nếu như tôi ở tổ chức lớn, tôi học hỏi được ở quy trình, học hỏi được ở văn hóa, học hỏi được ở quy trình, học hỏi được ở văn hóa, học hỏi được ở cách làm của những người giỏi hơn, thì mặc dù là tôi không có thể tiến lên theo chiều dọc của những người giỏi hơn, thì mặc dù là tôi không có thể tiến lên theo chiều dọc thì tôi có thể tiến theo chiều ngang hay đi theo chiều sâu hay không? Đó, thì đó là những thì tôi có thể tiến theo chiều ngang hay đi theo chiều sâu hay không? Là những cái mà giá trị của con người mình phải hỏi ở đấy. Thì bây giờ là mình muốn giá trị của mình ở đâu thì mình mới là người trả lời được câu hỏi đấy. Nhưng mà ngoài ra thì cũng nói không, mình không lãng mạn hóa cái câu chuyện là công việc là thôi giá trị mình tươi đẹp như thế, nhưng mà nhiều khi cũng phải nhìn vào hoàn cảnh sống của mình. Thì nếu như mà lúc đấy mà trong gia đình anh anh có cha mẹ ốm đau hay gì đấy mà mình bắt buộc phải đi kiếm tiền, thì nhiều khi anh có cha mẹ ốm đau hay gì đấy mà mình bắt buộc phải đi kiếm tiền thì mình cũng sẽ phải đánh đổi. Thì em nói đến bản thân em thôi chẳng hạn, em cũng có thì mình cũng sẽ phải đánh đổi. Thì em nói đến bản thân em cũng có những cái giai đoạn em phải đánh đổi sự nghiệp. Mặc dù là ví dụ như là em cũng nói là em trải qua chương trình iQuest Future Leader, ở IIG ấy, thì là nếu như mà tham gia chương trình đấy ấy, mà trong nội bộ cái khách sạn mà mình thực hiện chương trình không có cái vị trí mà lẽ ra là người ta sẽ cam kết là sau chương trình là là tôi sẽ lên ít nhất vị trí là assistant manager, tức là nó giống như kiểu phó phòng ấy. Nếu không có thì mình sẽ có cơ hội được promote lên vị trí đấy ngay. Thế thì trong cái thời điểm đấy em cũng sau chương trình ấy, thì em cũng có một thời gian em phải dừng lại vì điều kiện gia đình, em cũng có 2 năm phải dừng lại. Thế nhưng mà cái giá trị của bản thân của mình khi dừng lại ở đâu? Em cũng làm cho một công ty gia đình thôi. Và em cũng làm cho một công ty gia đình thôi. Và em cũng có trải qua một công ty chủ đầu tư khác. Thế nhưng mà thời gian rất là ngắn mà nói chung cũng là một cái thất bại khi mà mình đang chuyển từ gọi là international brand sang chủ đầu tư Việt Nam. Lát nữa có thể em sẽ nói kỹ hơn về vấn đề là khi chuyển từ quốc tế sang làm cho Việt Nam thì nó có những cái culture shock như thế nào. Thì nó cũng có những cái bước dừng như thế. Nhưng trong cái quá trình đấy thì em dành thời gian thêm, em học MBA. Em cũng nói là vấn đề hiếm muộn. Thì xong cái khoảng thời gian mà em sinh con đấy,
A inveja é uma energia pesada.
Hay lugares que invitan a hablar despacio, a abrir el alma y el corazón sin prisas, a dejarse llevar. En A Solas Con, sentirme cómoda es tan importante como conectar. Prisas, a dejarse llevar. En A Solas Con, sentirme cómoda es tan importante como conectar con quien voy a conversar para que se sienta en casa. Esta temporada es conectar con quien voy a conversar para que se sienta en casa. Esta temporada es Clum, una marca que transforma hogares en lugares únicos y auténticos, será quien nos proporcione la calidez, alma y armonía necesarios para quedarme a solas con mis invitados, con sus confidencias, recuerdos y emociones. Es Clum, diseño, autenticidad, pasión. Montaño y Pérez. Yo feliz de estar aquí, solo nos decían, no, eso no va a funcionar. Cuando conocí a Emilio fue como una liberación. Yo sabía que mi padre estaba preso. Yo sabía que mi padre estaba preso, pero ella me decía que estaba en una finca y yo le seguía el juego. Ocurre algo tremendo en tu vida, ese abuso, ¿no? Pero nunca pensé, esto es culpa mía. No lo conté hasta que mi madre murió. Las cosas pasan y la música siempre me sanó. Una persona que tiene éxito es una persona que hace lo que ama. Si no hubiese conocido a Emilio, yo no persona que hace lo que ama. Si no hubiese conocido a Emilio, yo no estuviera haciendo lo que estoy haciendo. Hay cosas más profundas que las mariposas. Te digo a mis hijos, el amor es una droga. El día que las mariposas, te digo a mis hijos, el amor es una droga. El día que te vas no te llevas nada. La libertad hay que defender. ¿Puedes perder? Ni Emilio y yo somos ni demócratas ni republicanos. Quedarme callada. Si es alguien que es irrespetuoso, quedarme callada. Si es alguien que es irrespetuoso o feo, lo bloqueo y fuera. Me siento tan a gusto en mi piel. Cada día estás o más viejo o muerto. Que cada etapa tiene algo bello. ¿Eres feliz? No puedo ser más o muerto. Que cada etapa tiene algo bello. ¿Eres feliz? No más feliz. Es que esto es demasiado. Es el estreno de esta sexta. Es que esto es demasiado. Es el estreno de esta sexta temporada. Arrancarlo con la artista latina más importante de la historia. Es un regalo, un honor, un placer. Soy muy afortunada de tenerte aquí a solas conmigo, Gloria. Gracias. Yo feliz de estar aquí, honrada de estar aquí. Ese galardón que me has dado no creo que es real, pero te agradezco. Ese galardón es real y no lo sientes así. Es que en realidad yo no me miro desde afuera, jamás. No no me sigo cosas. Emilio y yo hacemos las cosas por el amor a lo que hacemos. Tratamos de pasar mucho tiempo con la familia. Y él y yo seguimos siendo los dos niños inmigrantes que llegaron a Estados Unidos, él a España primero,
Sí, sí.
por un año. Y bendecidos y privilegiados de poder vivir haciendo lo que más amamos, la música.
Pero eres consciente de que eres la artista latina más importante por
La música.
Pero eres consciente de que eres la artista latina más importante por mucho que a ti no te guste presente, no lo quieras tener presente, pero es así. O sea, estamos hablando de 100 millones de copias vendidas, da igual, premios, distinciones, de 100 millones de copias vendidas, da igual, premios, distinciones honoríficas, o sea, suma y sigue. Y después, además, para mí, yo creo que es honorífica, o sea, suma y sigue. Y después, además, para mí, yo creo que el honor de haberle abierto puertas a los que han llegado detrás. Yo creo que el honor de haberle abierto puertas a los que han llegado detrás. A mí me parece que eso es una locura.
Es muy lindo.
A mí me parece que eso es una locura.
Es muy lindo y una bendición, porque a nosotros solo nos decían, no, eso no va a funcionar. No, es una bendición, porque a nosotros solo nos decían, no, eso no va a funcionar. Demasiado americano para los latinos, demasiado latino para los americanos. Nosotros, pues, ¿quiénes somos? Y yo me acuerdo de niña, show de televisión I Love Lucy, y veía a Desi Arnaz cantando en todos los shows, hablando la cubanía que él traía, como que todo era posible. Veía a Feliciano, que no se cambió el nombre, Carlos Santana con su sonido, entonces, y mi madre y mi abuela, que eran mis héroes en este mundo, haciendo cosas, manteniendo la familia, formando un negocio, mi abuela cuando ni hablaba inglés. Entonces, yo me crié en un mundo de posibilidades y Emilio es el feminista más grande que yo conozco. Un mundo de posibilidades y Emilio es el feminista más grande que yo conozco en el mundo. Así que sí, y decir sí a ellos, en vez de decirle, no, eso no funciona. Y decir sí a ellos, en vez de decirle, no, eso no funciona.
¿Y qué recuerdo tienes de ese momento? Gloria María Milagrosa,
Fajardo García Montoro.
esa niña que nace en Cuba, hija de inmigrantes de Miami. Estamos hablando de una infancia muy dura, de momentos muy complicados, de responsabilidades muy fuertes siendo muy de momentos muy complicados, de responsabilidades muy fuertes siendo muy niña.
Que é minha agora.
É verdade? Não, mas você tem razão.
Que é minha agora.
É verdade? Não, mas você tem razão. É o esporte mais importante e o samba é o tipo de música, eu acredito, né? É o esporte mais importante e o samba é o tipo de música, na minha opinião, mais importante no Brasil. Então tá, 7. Todo mundo sabe sambar, pelo amor.
Eu acho que esse estereótipo ainda assim é um estereótipo, porque realmente nem todo mundo gosta. Por exemplo, eu e você, ainda assim é um estereótipo, porque realmente nem todo mundo gosta. Por exemplo, nós não assistimos jogos de futebol, a gente não se interessa. Nós não assistimos jogos de futebol, a gente isso. Então, estereótipos eles são sempre complicados, né? Então, estereótipos eles são sempre complicados, né? Porque nós estamos generalizando a caixa e não é bem assim.
Exatamente.
Vamos para o segundo estereótipo. Brasileiros falam espanhol.
Não. 2.
2, ok, por quê?
2 ou 1? 2. Porque tem brasileiros que falam espanhol,
Uhum.
mas não se fala espanhol no Brasil. No Brasil se fala português. Se você chegar, não vão entender.
A maioria das pessoas não.
Não vão entender.
A maioria das pessoas não.
A não ser que você tenha sorte de pegar alguém que fale espanhol. A não ser que você tenha sorte de pegar alguém que fale espanhol. Mas não são, as línguas não são iguais. Eu tive que aprender espanhol para me comunicar com falantes de espanhol.
Exato, são línguas irmãs diferentes. E para responder a pergunta do Jake, essa é uma das coisas que eu já diferentes. E para responder a pergunta do Jake, essa é uma das coisas que eu ouvi americanos falarem para mim. Eu falo, eu sou brasileira, e a pessoa fala assim, eu estudei espanhol no colégio.
Exatamente, eu já ouvi isso.
Eu penso assim, ok, mas o que isso?
Exatamente, eu já ouvi isso.
Eu penso assim, ok, mas o que isso tem a ver comigo? Não se fala espanhol no Brasil, a menos que você estude, né? Vai para uma escola estudar espanhol. Aí, assim. Além disso, eu penso que muitas pessoas acham que podem ir ao Brasil e chegar falando espanhol complicado. Não funciona bem assim. Algumas pessoas podem se sentir complicado. Não funciona bem assim. Algumas pessoas podem se sentir ofendidas, né? Porque por causa desse estereótipo que muitas pessoas acham que ofendidas, né? Porque por causa desse estereótipo que muitas pessoas acham que se fala espanhol no Brasil por estarmos na América do Sul e todos os países
países vizinhos ao Brasil falam espanhol, mas muitas pessoas vão considerar isso falta de educação, se você chegar falando espanhol no Brasil. Então, se você é falante de espanhol e vai ao Brasil, eu recomendo que você primeiro tente falar um pouquinho de português, e depois se você precisar usar um pouco... Primeiro tente falar um pouquinho de português, e depois se você precisar usar um pouco de espanhol, tudo bem, mas a língua é o português brasileiro.
Essa é uma dica bem boa, bem importante. Mas esse é muito comum. Você não deu a sua...
Pretty much everything you see here, I guess. Well, I should probably... If you want to be more exact... Let's see. The order? Let's see. I actually do have a certain order. I just go on based on where I feel like, but let's see. The general idea. I think I can generalize that. No, I can't. I guess I had the hard Chinese, Spanish, the Chinese languages sort of. Something like this.
Essa é uma dica bem boa, bem importante. Mas essa sua nota...
Minha nota
é 1.
Minha nota é 1, não se fala espanhol no Brasil, talvez uma pequena percentagem das pessoas, mas de maneira geral, não.
Ao longo das fronteiras, eu imagino que se fale, algumas pessoas... Aí se fala portunhol, né? Uma mistura. Mas... E aí, as fronteiras e as pessoas que estudaram espanhol falariam espanhol.
Eu acho que no sul do Brasil é mais comum. Eu lembro que eu nasci no Nordeste do Brasil. E lá a segunda língua oficial em escolas, né, que nós sempre estudamos, uma segunda língua, era o inglês. Oficial em escolas, né, que nós sempre estudamos, uma segunda língua, era o inglês. E quando eu fui para o sul tinha opção, quando eu me mudei para Florianópolis, tinha opção de estudar espanhol como segunda língua. Essa opção não Essa opção não existia nas escolas que eu estudei antes no Nordeste do Brasil. Não existia nas escolas que eu estudei antes. Então acho que no sul é mais por causa da... na proximidade, né? Argentina, outros países.
Sim.
É isso.
Ok.
Vamos para o próximo estereótipo. Temos animais selvagens caminhando pela cidade. Vamos para o próximo estereótipo. Temos animais selvagens caminhando pelas cidades.
O problema para mim... Sim, existem cidades em que animais selvagens andam pelas... Assim como nos Estados Unidos. Eu vi agora há pouco, recentemente, no New York Times. Creio que foi no New York Times. Vi recentemente, não sei onde foi. Um coiote andando em cima do lago congelado no Central Park. Agora... Agora, nesse inverno, dezembro. Então... Dezembro. Então, existem animais selvagens. Tipo, no Rio de Janeiro, você vai encontrar micos. Pela cidade. Mas a ideia que isso traz é que o Brasil é um lugar que as cidades são selvagens. Não. Então, pensando por esse ponto de vista, tô fazendo essa volta para explicar, eu diria que é a nota. Porque assim, sim, existem, mas assim como existe nos Estados Unidos, não é mais.
Eu concordo. Eu ser bem honesta, eu vi mais animais selvagens aqui nos Estados Unidos do que no Brasil.
Filhos e os próprios pais na França.
Che cadono sulla mia testa, nella mia stanza è molto più tranquillo, ma qui lo scenario che cadono sulla mia testa, nella mia stanza è molto più tranquillo, ma qui lo scenario che cadono sulla mia testa, nella mia stanza è molto più tranquillo, ma qui lo scenario è molto più bello, voglio dire. Ritornando a noi, una cosa strana a Roma è che non si vedono molti grattacieli. Ci avete fatto caso? Beh, perché a Roma i grattacieli non esistono, o quasi. Ci avete fatto caso? Beh, perché a Roma i grattacieli non esistono. Sicuramente rispetto a città come Milano ce ne sono molti di meno e sicuramente rispetto a città come Milano ce ne sono molti di meno e la ragione non è specifica, non ce n'è una sola. Si tratta di un mix di fattori storici e urbani. Non è specifica, non ce n'è una sola. Si tratta di un mix di fattori storici e urbanistici. Considerate che il punto più alto all'interno del centro storico Considerate che il punto più alto all'interno del centro storico da cui poter vedere Roma è la Basilica di San Pietro. Se arrivate fino a quel punto da cui poter vedere Roma è la Basilica di San Pietro. Se arrivate fino a quel punto sarete ad esattamente 136 metri d'altezza. Sarete ad esattamente 136 metri d'altezza. Se invece volete la vista proprio della cupola di San Pietro, potete trovare altri punti panoramici. Per esempio il giardino del Gianicolo oppure quello degli Aranci. C'è un aereo per esempio il giardino del Gianicolo oppure quello degli Aranci. Letteralmente sulla mia testa, datemi un secondo. Letteralmente sulla mia testa, datemi un secondo. Letteralmente sulla mia testa, datemi un secondo. Ok, torniamo a noi. Uno dei motivi per cui non si costruiscono grattacieli nel centro Ok, torniamo a noi. Uno dei motivi per cui non si costruiscono grattacieli nel centro storico è un motivo praticamente urbanistico. Il centro storico è un motivo praticamente urbanistico, cioè per non rovinare il panorama, semplicemente. I grattacieli però a Roma in realtà esistono. Panorama, semplicemente. I grattacieli però a Roma si trovano principalmente nella zona dell'Eur, che è una zona abbastanza esterna rispetto al centro storico, che è praticamente un centro di uffici esterna rispetto al centro storico, che è praticamente un principalmente, ma anche una zona residenziale densamente abitata, dove la torre più alta, il grattacielo più alto, è l'Eurosky di 155 metri, punto più alto della città di Roma. Quello di cui vi volevo parlare davvero però in questo video è come si vive a Roma, come vivono i romani a Roma. Però in questo video è come si vive a Roma, come vivono i romani a Roma. Però, come detto all'inizio del video, come tutte le grandi città, Roma ha un centro. Come detto all'inizio del video, come tutte le grandi città, Roma ha un centro curato. Tutte le città italiane, perché ho scoperto che non tutte le città al di fuori tutte le città italiane, perché ho scoperto che non tutte le città al di fuori dell'Europa sono costituite da un centro storico e poi da periferie tutto al di fuori dell'Europa sono costituite da un centro storico e poi da periferie intorno. Almeno in Europa funziona così, soprattutto in Italia. Insomma, almeno in Europa funziona così, soprattutto in Italia. Insomma, a parte il centro storico, che è la parte più estetica, più bella, più tradizionale, che tutti i turisti amano e vedono, e anche i cittadini amano. Tradizionale che tutti i turisti amano e vedono, e anche i cittadini amano. I romani, come abbiamo detto, vivono nelle zone esterne al centro, principalmente. I romani, come abbiamo detto, vivono nelle zone esterne al centro, principalmente. Quindi in tutte quelle zone periferiche definite, caratterizzate, come detto prima, da traffico intenso, rumori e buche. Ma la verità è che proprio qui troverete la vera Roma, cioè quei bar anni 60 dove ci sono spesso, sempre in realtà, troverete la vera Roma, cioè quei bar anni 60 dove ci sono spesso, sempre in realtà, vecchietti dell'età di 70-80 anni a discutere di politica, di calcio, vecchietti dell'età di 70-80 anni a discutere di politica, di calcio, a leggere il giornale, ad arrabbiarsi l'uno con l'altro perché hanno idee diverse. A leggere il giornale, ad arrabbiarsi l'uno con l'altro perché hanno idee diverse. Qui trovate le famiglie, i bambini che giocano al parco, che giocano diverse. Qui trovate le famiglie, i bambini che giocano al parco, che giocano a calcio, i nonni, la vera Roma, la vera vita romana. Che giocano a calcio, i nonni, la vera Roma, la vera vita romana. Un altro aereo. Un secondo. Ah, questo ve lo faccio vedere. Secondo una classifica pubblicata dal giornale Il Sole 24 Ore nel 2024, un annetto fa, Roma è stata classificata al 59° posto per qualità di vita tra le città. Un annetto fa, Roma è stata classificata al 59° posto per qualità di vita tra le città italiane. E certo, non è una buonissima posizione, dobbiamo dirlo, le città italiane. E certo, non è una buonissima posizione, dobbiamo dirlo. Sicuramente ci sono città italiane dove si vive molto meglio a livello di qualità. Sicuramente ci sono città italiane dove si vive molto meglio a livello di qualità di vita, quindi che cosa si considera? L'inquinamento, l'intensità del traffico, diversi fattori, anche la qualità delle scuole, del traffico, diversi fattori, anche la qualità delle scuole, dei servizi pubblici, delle istituzioni. E certo non fa buona pubblicità alla città di Roma questi pubblici delle istituzioni. E certo non fa buona pubblicità alla città di Roma questa posizione. Però la verità è che si sta migliorando, soprattutto questa posizione. Però la verità è che si sta migliorando, soprattutto quest'anno col giubileo, a livello di trasporti pubblici ed infrastrutture, che stanno funzionando molto meglio che negli anni passati. Certo, ci sono ancora tanti problemi da risolvere. Molto meglio che negli anni passati. Certo, ci sono ancora tanti problemi da risolvere, tra cui l'intensità del traffico, la funzionalità di alcune strutture e infrastrutture, ma si trovano anche soluzioni, per esempio come fronteggiano i romani l'inquinamento. Una delle soluzioni principali che il sindaco e la città di Roma hanno trovato è creare un'iniziativa chiamata Domeniche Ecologiche, quindi macchine con un certo tipo di carburante non possono circolare mentre altre sì, oppure macchine con un certo tipo di carburante non possono circolare mentre altre sì, oppure macchine con un certo tipo di targa non possono circolare mentre altre sì, quindi non si elimina il traffico, ma sicuramente si riduce, cercando di riportare i livelli della qualità dell'aria a livelli normali, accettabili. E che questa non è un'iniziativa sempre amata dai romani, perché sicuramente ti limita un po'. Magari vuoi andare al mare domenica e non ci puoi andare perché la tua macchina non può circolare, ma è per un bene più grande. Va bene, perché la tua macchina non può circolare, ma è per un bene più grande. Va bene.
Et le pire, c'est que dans les cycles destruction-séduction, je veux dire, voilà. Et le pire, c'est que dans les cycles destruction-séduction, de temps en temps, la proie retrouve ses moments de départ. Et donc, séduction, de temps en temps, la proie retrouve ses moments de départ. Donc, elle se dit, c'est possible.
C'est horrible.
Donc, elle se dit, c'est possible.
C'est horrible.
C'est terrible. C'est piégeant. Ça peut être piégeant pour des décennies. C'est terrible, c'est piégeant, ça peut être piégeant pour des décennies. La doyenne de mes patientes, quand elle est arrivée avec 74 ans, ça faisait un peu... La doyenne de mes patientes, quand elle est arrivée avec 74 ans, ça faisait un peu moins de 50 ans qu'elle était aux prises avec un prédateur. Un peu moins de 50 ans qu'elle était aux prises avec un prédateur certifié.
Donc là, on va continuer. Donc quand la proie est engagée, donc quand la proie est engagée par relation, le prédateur commence à baisser le masque. Par relation, le prédateur commence à baisser le masque.
Oui.
Pourquoi il se déchaîne?
Alors, il se déchaîne parce que c'est dans sa nature, comme c'est dans la nature du scorpion de piqué. Voilà, c'est comme ça. Comme c'est dans la nature du scorpion de piqué. Voilà, c'est comme ça. Il se déchaîne parce que il est porteur de troubles neurologiques. Et je pense que même il se déchaîne parce que il est porteur de troubles neurologiques. Et je pense que même Albert Moukébert ne me dirait pas le contraire. Enfin, je ne les ai pas là, mais Mais ce que même Albert Moukébert me dirait pas le contraire. Enfin, je ne les ai pas là, mais il y a des études que j'ai étudiées à la loupe pour pas dire de bêtises. En neurologique, dans les voies nerveuses, dans les neurotransmetteurs et dans les hormones. Hein. Il y a des troubles de l'ocytocine, de la dopamine, de machin, enfin bref, voilà. Il y a des troubles de l'ocytocine, de la dopamine, de machin, enfin bref, voilà. Et donc, la chose qu'il sait faire, qu'il aime faire, que son système... Et donc, la chose qu'il sait faire, qu'il aime faire, que son système nerveux le pousse à faire, c'est contrôler, se valoriser aux dépens et avoir plaisir à vivre à travers cette destruction de l'autre, et avoir plaisir à vivre à travers cette destruction de l'autre, assujettissement de l'autre.
Est-ce que quand il est dans la phase charmante, il est...
Assujettissement de l'autre.
Est-ce que quand il est dans la phase charmante, il est conscient que c'est déjà que c'est juste pour ferrer?
Oui.
Ah, il est conscient.
Il est conscient du début à la fin.
C'est horrible.
Il est conscient, il fait du mal.
Donc c'est pas parce qu'il est un peu inconscient de ce qu'il fait. Donc c'est pas parce qu'il est un peu inconscient de ce qu'il fait, il a un trouble et il sait pas trop ce qu'il fait, qu'au début il est vraiment, puis après il est repris par ses démons. Non, pas du tout.
Non, pas une seconde.
Vraiment, puis après il est repris par ses démons. Non, pas du tout.
Non, pas une seconde. Un attaché distant, par exemple. Ses démons, une seconde. Un attaché distant, par exemple, peut être comme ça, repris par ses démons et sans vraiment se rendre compte de ce qu'il fait, ni de ses démons et sans vraiment se rendre compte de ce qu'il fait, ni de ce qui se passe. Et d'ailleurs, il dit, je comprends pas, je suis malheureux. Ni de ce qui se passe. Et d'ailleurs, il dit, je comprends pas, je suis malheureux, ça va pas dans mes relations, etc. Et il vient en thérapie. Et là, je suis malheureux, ça va pas dans mes relations, etc. Et il vient en thérapie. Et la thérapie est efficace. Lui, il est conscient du début qu'il fait. Bien sûr. C'est même dans cette conscience de la manipulation et de la destructivité qu'il puise son plaisir et sa sensation de puissance dont il a besoin pour exister, en fait. Et en fait, c'est ça le plus inconcevable. C'est la conscience du début à la fin.
C'est très difficilement concevable.
C'est inconcevable parce que nous, les gens normaux, sommes empreints... C'est inconcevable parce que nous, les gens normaux, sommes empreints d'empathie émotionnelle. C'est-à-dire la souffrance de l'autre nous fait souffrir.
Oui, puis on a tendance à penser le pauvre.
Nous fait souffrir.
Oui, puis on a tendance à penser le pauvre.
Voilà.
Le pauvre, il doit pas savoir tout à fait ce qu'il fait.
Voilà, mais
il doit pas savoir tout à fait ce qu'il fait.
Voilà, mais
il doit être pris par
tout à fait ce qu'il fait.
Peut-être il a vécu des traumatismes quand il était. Il doit être pris par
tout à fait ce qu'il fait.
Peut-être il a vécu des traumatismes quand il était enfant.
C'est ça. Alors le trauma vient augmenter le trouble, mais le trouble ne vient pas du trauma.
C'est clair, quoi.
Le trouble est là, parfois.
C'est clair, quoi.
Le trouble est là, parfois une éducation, une histoire formidable modère le trouble. Une éducation, une histoire formidable modère le trouble.
Donc c'est un trouble qui vient de naissance.
Oui, c'est un trouble héréditaire.
Ah, héréditaire.
Héréditaire. Il faut une multiplicité de facteurs sur différents chromosomes qui multiplicité de facteurs sur différents chromosomes qui s'assemblent. Et oui, c'est un trouble héréditaire comme la bipolarité qui s'assemble. Et oui, c'est un trouble héréditaire comme la bipolarité. Voilà.
On a parlé d'attaché distant pour faire la distinction avec le pervers.
Oui.
Donc, bon, attaché distant, donc c'est lié à tout. Faire la distinction avec le pervers.
Oui.
Donc, bon, attaché distant, donc c'est lié à toute la conception de l'attachement.
Exactement.
Mais pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas, toute la conception de l'attachement.
Exactement.
Mais pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas, est-ce que vous voulez bien réexpliquer?
Bien sûr. Donc, l'attachement, c'est un besoin humain fondamental.
Est-ce que vous voulez bien réexpliquer?
Bien sûr. Donc, l'attachement, c'est un besoin humain fondamental comme manger, boire, respirer. Hein, on a besoin de un besoin humain fondamental comme manger, boire, respirer. Hein, on a besoin de s'attacher à nos congénères, nous sommes des animaux grégaires. Et le petit humain qui a besoin de s'attacher à nos congénères, nous sommes des animaux grégaires. De s'attacher à nos congénères, nous sommes des animaux grégaires. Et le petit humain qui naît immature, et il a besoin qui naît immature, et il a besoin
de l'attachement avec une figure d'autorité, sa mère,
Voilà.
son père ou quelqu'un. De l'attachement avec une figure d'autorité, sa mère,
Voilà.
son père ou quelqu'un pour pouvoir se développer,
en toute
grandir.
sécurité et grandir, et aller explorer le monde.
Ou quelqu'un pour pouvoir se développer,
En toute
grandir.
sécurité et grandir, et aller explorer le monde en sachant qu'il a une base de sécurité. Donc, quand tout va bien, le monde en sachant qu'il a une base de sécurité. Donc, quand tout va bien, l'attachement est dissécure et on passe à autre chose. Parfois, ça va moins bien, l'attachement est dissécure et on passe à autre chose. Parfois, ça va moins bien, parce que soit la base de sécurité est inconstante dans sa réponse, je pense pas. Parce que soit la base de sécurité est inconstante dans sa réponse, je pense par exemple à une mère endeuillée, hein, c'est pas forcément un mauvais parent, je pense par exemple à une mère endeuillée, hein, c'est pas. Je pense par exemple à une mère endeuillée, hein, c'est pas forcément un mauvais parent, c'est quelquefois un parent endeuillé ou je sais pas, je pense à une maman ukrainienne qui aurait accouché peu après le début de la guerre et qui aurait ukrainienne qui aurait accouché peu après le début de la guerre, qui aurait eu besoin de partir d'Ukraine, bah, elle aurait forcément été préoccupée par qui aurait eu besoin de partir d'Ukraine, bah, elle aurait forcément été préoccupée par ce qui se passe et donc moins présente pour son bébé.
Donc son bébé ne sent
Et par ce qui se passe et donc moins présente pour son bébé.
Donc son bébé ne sent
皆さんこんにちは。
なぜ歩くってなぜ歩くっていうのが大事なんですかね。
現代人はあまりにも
そう、日本にいるとすごく大変だなって思うようになった。
ゆみちゃん今サングラスしてるよね。
うん。
どうして？
いや、私40歳に見えないねってコメントお願いします。
こんにちは。今日は日本語の会話を聞きましょう。友達の。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。ゆみちゃんはね、東京に生まれて、東京で育った。
そうです。
簡単に自己紹介。
はい。私は東京で、大学はアメリカのビジネスを学ん、また日本、今東京で。
あ、そっか。
うん。
大学で、
八田エミリーと申します。皆さんこんにちは。八田エミリーと申します。今日も一日お疲れ様。心象ってすごく大事じゃないですか。インスタ約3000人の男女に調査してきました。心象ってすごく大事じゃないですか。インスタ約3000人の男女に調査してきました。男性からは第一印象で実際に女性から褒められた経験、そして女性からはどんな男性からは第一印象で実際に女性から褒められた経験、そして男性からは第一印象で実際に女性から褒められた経験、そして女性からは男性が第一印象いいか、男女それぞれの意見を皆さんに共有します。では行きましょう。男性が第一印象いいか、男女それぞれの意見を皆さんに共有します。行きましょう。ではまず今回の意見で男女ともに一番多かったものから言います。行きましょう。ではまず今回の意見で男女ともに一番多かったものから言います。肌が綺麗なことです。男性が実際に女性から褒められた意見、こちら30代ですがスキンケア肌が綺麗なことです。男性が実際に女性から褒められた意見、こちら30代ですがスキンケアを意識的に取り組んだら肌が綺麗だと褒められました。なぜ肌が大事か。肌ってスキンケアを意識的に取り組んだら肌が綺麗だと褒められました。なぜ肌が大事か。肌って普段の食生活とか睡眠とか日頃から気をつけてないと肌って綺麗にならないと思うんです。普段の食生活とか睡眠とか日頃から気をつけてないと肌って綺麗になると思うんですよ。なので肌が綺麗イコール健康的な生活を意識してるっていうイメージがあります。なので肌が綺麗イコール健康的な生活を意識してるっていうイメージがあります。もちろん健康的な生活をしててもニキビができてたり皮膚科行かないと治らないがあります。もちろん健康的な生活をしててもニキビができてたり皮膚科行かないと治らないっていう方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うんですけど、やっぱり肌が綺麗な方が治らないっていう方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うんですけど、清潔らないっていう方もたくさんいらっしゃると思うんですけど、やっぱり肌が綺麗な方が清潔感はあるかなって思います。スキンケア何使えばいいかわからないっていう方、清潔感はあるかなって思います。スキンケア何使えばいいかわからないっていう方、過去に美容の動画も出してるのでよかったら見てみてください。肌って人の顔を見る、過去に美容の動画も出してるのでよかったら見てみてください。肌って人の顔を見るときに一番最初に見える部分、そして顔の中でも一番面積が大きい部分なので、この顔を見るときに一番最初に見える部分、そして顔の中でも一番面積が大きい、この肌の部分が綺麗だと第一印象はいいかなって思います。この肌の部分が綺麗だと第一印象はいいかなって思います。では次、女性の意見いきましょう。こちらおでこを出す髪型、セットをしている人はパッと見では次、女性の意見いきましょう。こちらおでこを出す髪型、セットをしている人はパッと見の印象が良かった。おでこを出している髪型は女性からも印象がかなりいいんです。 瞳の印象が良かった。瞳の印象が良かった。おでこを出してる髪型は女性からも印象がかなりいいんです。おでこを全部出してるっていうことは顔のパーツも全部出てる。おでこを全部出してるっていうことは顔のパーツも全部出てるっていうことなんですよね。顔の表情も見えやすくなるし、自分を隠してない堂々としたるっていうことなんですよね。顔の表情も見えやすくなるし、自分を隠してない堂々としたるっていうことなんですよね。顔の表情も見えやすくなるし、自分を隠してない堂々としたるっていうことなんですよね。顔の表情も見えやすくなるし、自分を隠してない堂々としたるっていうことなんですよね。顔の表情も見えやすくなるし、自分を隠してない堂々とした自信を感じます。会社でも特に営業の方とか見た目が大事な場だったら結構デコとした自信を感じます。会社でも特に営業の方とか見た目が大事な場だったらとしたデコ出しするスタイルも多いと思うんですよね。やっぱりそれだけこの顔が見えてるデコ出しするスタイルも多いと思うんです。デコ出しするスタイルも多いと思うんですよね。やっぱりそれだけこの顔が出るっていうのはその人に対しての信頼感とか安心感につながる部分あるんじゃないかなって。るっていうのはその人に対しての信頼感とか安心感につながる部分あるじゃないっていうのはその人に対しての信頼感とか安心感につながる部分あるんじゃないかなって思います。あとは髪をセットしてる方、これも第一印象いいです。もちろんって思います。あとは髪をセットしてる方、これも第一印象いいです。もちろんセットしない髪もかっこいい髪型っていっぱいあると思うんですけど、最初の印象でいくとしない髪もかっこいい髪型っていっぱいあると思うんですけど、最初の印象でいくとやっぱり髪をセットしてた方が手間をかけて整えてる、自己管理がちゃんとできてる。やっぱり髪をセットしてた方が手間をかけて整えてる、自己管理がちゃんとできてるようなイメージがある気がします。しかもセットってすごく大変だと思うんですよね。忙しい朝にわざわざ髪をセットしてるっていうのはそれだけその人に会うためですよね。忙しい朝にわざわざ髪をセットしてるっていうのはそれだけその人に会うための本気度も感じると思うんですよね。好印象間違いなしだと思います。でもそのための本気度も感じると思うんですよね。好印象間違いなしだと思います。セットって一言で言ってもいろんなセットがありますよね。カジュアルなシーンでセットって一言で言ってもいろんなセットがありますよね。セットをバチッて決めてくると髪が決まりすぎてる場合ももしかしたらあるかもしれない。セットをバチッて決めてくると髪が決まりすぎてる場合ももしかしたらあるかもしれないので、その場に合った髪型っていうのが一番大事かなって思います。その場に合った髪型っていうのが一番大事かなって思います。では次、男性が実際に女性から褒められた意見。こちら、お店のドアを先に開けるなどの。では次、男性が実際に女性から褒められた意見。こちら、お店のドアを先に開けるなどの紳士的な行動をしたとき、この紳士的な行動、女性に対して優しくする行動をしたとき、紳士的な行動をしたとき、この紳士的な行動、女性に対して優しくする行動、褒められたっていう意見結構多かったです。特にこの方みたいにドアを先に開ける褒められたっていう意見結構多かったです。特にこの方みたいにドアを先に開けるっていうのはそのドア自身が重いから女性やったら大変だろうなって予測するから開けるっていうのはそのドア自身が重いから女性やったら大変だろうなって予測するからドアを代わりに開けてあげるっていう意味じゃないですか。その女性の大変さをからドアを代わりに開けてあげるっていう意味じゃないですか。その女性の大変配慮してる、その人のことを大切に思ってないとできない行為だと思うんですよ。そういう配慮してる、その人のことを大切に思ってないとできない行為だと思うんですよ。そういうことをされると印象かなりいいと思います。しかも人のためにドアを開ける、そういうことをされると印象かなりいいと思います。しかもいるっていう行動って自分自身が余裕がないとできないことだと思うんですよね。相手のいるっていう行動って自分自身が余裕がないとできないことだと思うんですよね。相手の 先のことまで考えてないとできないことだと思うので、まずその心の余裕、周りを見れる先のことまで考えてないとできないことだと思うので、まずその心の余裕、力っていうのがかっこいいなって思います。今回はドア開けるっていうコメントだったんですけど、他にもこういうコメントありました。3つほどご紹介しますね。まず1つ目、段差がある場所とかちょっと道歩きに3つほどご紹介しますね。まず1つ目、段差がある場所とかちょっと道歩きにくい道を通るときに足元気をつけてねって一言言うところ、これありました。この人歩きにくい道を通るときに足元気をつけてねって一言言うところ、これありました。一言があるだけで周りが見えてるっていうのがわかるし、安心感が違います。一言があるだけで周りが見えてるっていうのがわかるし、安心感が違いますよね。気配りができる方だなって感じます。そして2つ目、人と会ってる時にますよね。気配りができる方だなって感じます。そして2つ目、人と会ってスマホ見る頻度を減らしてる方、これも第一印象すごくいいと思います。誰かと会ってるスマホ見る頻度を減らしてる方、これも第一印象すごくいいと思います。会ってる時にスマホを触らないっていうことは、その人との時間を大切にしたいってことじゃないですか。スマホって触りたくなるんですけど、その人と会ってる時は見ないってことじゃないですか。スマホって触りたくなるんですけど、その人と会ってる時は見ない。これだけで印象はかなりいいと思います。そして見ない。これだけで印象はかなりいいと思います。そして3つ目、店員さんへの優しい態度。これも意見ありましたね。店員さんとの接し方でその人の性格って現れませんか？態度。これも意見ありましたね。態度。これも意見ありましたね。店員さんとの接し方でその人の性格って現れませんか？私もともとドラッグストアとかスタバでバイトしてたことがあったので、もう人の私もともとドラッグストアとかスタバでバイトしてたことがあったので、もう人のその接し方っていうのはね、めちゃくちゃわかるんですよ。やっぱり丁寧に対応、その接し方っていうのはね、めちゃくちゃわかるんですよ。やっぱり丁寧に対応してくださるお客さんってすごく素敵だなって思います。店員さんとの接し方は結構女性もくださるお客さんってすごく素敵だなって思います。店員さんとの接し方は結構女性もね、見てる部分だと思うので大事かなって思います。見てる部分だと思うので大事かなって思います。次、第一印象がいい男性の特徴、女性の意見。こちら、話をうなずきながら聞いてくれる。次、第一印象がいい男性の特徴、女性の意見。こちら、話をうなずきながら興味を持ってくれる。この意見、女性の意見でも多かったし、男性側でもね、ちゃんと興味を持ってくれる。この意見、女性の意見でも多かったし、男性側でもね、ちゃんと聞いてたら褒められたっていう意見すごく多かったんですよ。やっぱり聞く姿勢って大事だ。聞いてたら褒められたっていう意見すごく多かったんですよ。やっぱり聞く姿勢って大事だなって思います。
你好，你好，你怎么样？
네. 결혼 연령이 되게 늦은데 그 이유 중에 하나가 한 20살 초반에서 20살 중 이유 중에 하나가 한 20살 초반에서 20살 중반 이렇게 꼭 같이 살 수밖에 없는 구조긴 하거든요. 그 구조가 왜냐하면 한국은 꼭 같이 살 수밖에 없는 구조긴 하거든요. 꼭 같이 살 수밖에 없는 구조긴 하거든요. 그 구조가 왜냐하면 거의 다 서울에서 사시는데 서울이나 수도권에 사는데 집값이 너무 거의 다 서울에서 사시는데 거의 다 서울에서 사시는데 서울이나 수도권에 사는데 집값이 너무 비싸요.
네, 맞아요.
직장이 거의 다 거기 서울 수도권에 있으니까. 근데 일단 직장이 거의 다 거기 서울 수도권에 있으니까 일단 아파트 가격이 기본으로 10억은 넘어가기 때문에 이걸 어떻게 20대 초반 사람들이 살 수 일단 아파트 가격이 기본으로 10억은 넘어가기 때문에 이거 살 수 있겠어요. 그래서 조금 더 그 점에서 다른 것 같아요. 프랑스는 뭐 살 수 있겠어요. 그래서 조금 더 그 점에서 다른 것 같아요. 뭐 파리는 무조건 비싸긴 하겠지만
비싸요. 똑같아요.
뭐 파리는 무조건 비싸긴 하겠지만
비싸요. 똑같아요.
똑같은데 이제 프랑스는 그래도 다른 지역에도 사람들이 살잖아요. 예. 똑같은데 이제 프랑스는 그래도 다른 지역에도 사람들이 그래서 그 부분에서 좀 차이가 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 그러면 좀 그래서 그 부분에서 좀 차이가 있지 않을까 싶습니다. 그럼 어렸을 때부터 프랑스와 한국을 좀 왔다 갔다 하셨잖아요.
네.
한국에 처음 왔을 어렸을 때부터 프랑스와 한국을 좀 왔다 갔다 하셨잖아요.
네.
한국에 처음 왔을 때가 몇 년도였죠?
저 애기였어요. 2달.
어릴 때 왔을 때가 몇 년도였죠?
저 애기였어요. 2달.
어릴 때 왔던 한국과 지금의 한국의 모습은 어떻게 달라진 것 같아요?
달라요. 저한테는 첫 번째는 다른 한국인 저 볼 때 엄청 깜짝 놀랐어요. 계속 어떤 나라에 와서 어떤 나라 이렇게 온 거야. 신기해 외국 사람이어서 이렇게 엄청 많이 제가 알리엔처럼 이렇게 봐서 이것 때문에 신기해 외국 사람이어서 이렇게 엄청 많이 제가 신기해 외국 사람이어서 이렇게 엄청 많이 제가 이것 때문에 엄청 많이 달라졌어요. 이제는 외국인 사람이 많아서.
저도 어렸을 때 기억나는 것 중에 하나가 그게 한 20년 전인 것 같아요. 저도 어렸을 때 기억나는 것 중에 하나가 그게 한 20년 전인 것 같은데 사촌이 그 튤립님처럼 혼혈이세요. 사촌 누나는 옛날에는 머리 것 같은데 사촌이 그 튤립님처럼 혼혈이세요. 사촌 누나는 옛날에는 머리가 금발이었어요. 지금은 아니거든요. 그래서 그 누나가 한국에 머리가 금발이었어요. 지금은 아니거든요. 그래서 그 누나가 한국에 방문을 한 적이 있었거든요. 한 20년 전에. 근데 그때도 사람들이 굉장히 많이 방문을 한 적이 있었거든요. 한 20년 전에. 근데 그때도 사람들이 굉장히 많이
What's the agenda today? Shoot, man. I'm just gonna listen as much as I can and apply to jobs. So like 50-50, right? Maybe like one audio, then apply to like 1 or 2 jobs. Then I think it's a pretty decent day. Well, besides these numbers aren't really going to change much. The real the big difference happens pretty much like every per year. So the next year, maybe I'll jump a whole different level. Everything's pretty slow now, but that's what I get.
방문한 적 있었거든요. 한 20년 전에. 근데 그때도 사람들이 굉장히 많이
Good to see you, Sauce Boss. Good to see you, though.
많이 다 쳐다봤어요.
네.
같이 많이 다 쳐다봤어요.
네.
같이 다니니까 계속 그 시선이 저도 느껴지더라고요. 옆에서 같이 다니니까 계속 그 시선이 저도 느껴지더라고요. 다니니까. 근데 그 누나가 아마 지금 오면 그렇게 신경을 안 쓸 것 같거든요.
아, 맞아요. 네.
그렇게 신경을 안 쓸 것 같거든요.
아, 맞아요. 네.
진짜 그 면에서 많은 변화가 있었던 것 같아요. 그러면 진짜 그 면에서 많은 변화가 있었던 것 같아요. 그러면 한국이 그래도 이런 부분에선 조금 개선하면 좋겠다.
한국 사람 볼 때 프랑스하고 비교하면 사람들이 처음 볼 때 많이 잘난 척하고 뼈 이렇게 어떻게 말하지? 많이 숨겨요, 감정. 이것 때문에 약간 뼈 이렇게 어떻게 말하지? 많이 숨겨요, 감정. 이것 때문에 약간 뼈 이렇게 어떻게 말하지? 많이 숨겨요, 감정. 이것 때문에 약간 제가 혼혈이어서 이런 거 이해할 수 있는데 한국 그렇게 쿨처도 알고 있어서 근데 제가 혼혈이어서 이런 거 이해할 수 있는데 한국 그렇게 쿨처도 알고 있어서 근데 제 미국 사람 친구랑 이런 얘기를 할 때 이렇게 한국 사람이 많이 무시하는 사람 많이 있어요. 감정 숨기고 다른 말하고 다르게 이렇게 많이 무시하는 사람 많이 있어요. 감정 숨기고 다른 말하고 다르게 이렇게 얼굴 보여줄 수 있는 거.
서양인 친구한테 들은 얘기인데 그 한국인들이
얼굴 보여줄 수 있는 거.
서양인 친구한테 들은
얼굴 보여줄 수 있는 거.
서양인 친구한테 들은 얘기인데 그 한국인들이 특징이 좀 이렇게 술을 마실 때는 되게 많이 오픈업하고
맞아요.
특징이 좀 이렇게 술을 마실 때는 되게 많이 오픈업하고
맞아요.
되게 개방적으로 이렇게 얘기를 하다가 갑자기 그 다음 날이 되면 약간 남남이 된다. 되게 개방적으로 이렇게 얘기를 하다가 갑자기 그 다음 날이 되면 약간 남남이 된다.
맞아요. 맞아요. 사람들이 이런 거 별로 없어요.
프랑스인 분들은 꽤 많이 알고 있는데
사람들이 이런 거 별로 없어요.
프랑스인 분들은 꽤 많이 알고 오랜만에 봐도 멀어지지 않고 꾸준히 친구가 되는 그게 있긴 해요. 오랜만에 봐도 멀어지지 않고 꾸준히 친구가 되는 그게 있긴 해요. 오랜만에 봐도 멀어지지 않고 꾸준히 친구가 되는 그거를 그렇게 말하잖아요. 저게 뭐라고 하냐? 고스팅이라고 하는데. 예를 들어서 막 좀 연락이 끊기면 그냥 서로
네, 이것들이 제 친구들 미국 친구
연락이 끊기면 그냥 서로
네, 이것들이 제 친구들 미국 친구들 이런 거 많이 말했어. 고스팅. 그러니까 한국 사람이 고스팅 많이.
근데 프랑스인들은 그런 게 느꼈거든요.
별로 없어요. 네.
오랜만에 연락을 해도 꾸준히 이렇게 같이 친구로 갈 수 있는.
맞아요.
그게 좀 프랑스인 오랜만에 연락을 해도 꾸준히 이렇게 같이 친구로 갈 수 있는.
맞아요.
그게 좀 프랑스인들의 장점인 것 같아요.
맞아요.
그게 좀 프랑스인들의 장점인 것 같아요. 한국인 친구가 꽤 있을 거 아니에요. 그 친구들을 좀 관찰했을 때 한국인은 좀 성격적으로 이런 특징이 있었다. 한국인은 좀 성격적으로 이런 특징이 있었다.
대답을 빨리 안 하면 조금 한국 사람들이 답답한 것 같아요. 저는 빨리 대답을 안 해서 빨리 대답을 안 하면 관심이 없다. 이런 거 많이 생각해서. 근데 저는 빨리 대답을 안 하면 관심이 없다. 이런 거 많이 빨리 대답을 안 하면 관심이 없다. 이런 거 많이 생각해서. 근데 전혀 관심이 없는 거 아니고 그냥 전혀 관심이 없는 거 아니고 그냥 한두 번 때문에 이렇게 맨날 이렇게 남자친구가 핸드폰이어서 한두 번 때문에 이렇게 맨날 이렇게 남자친구가 핸드폰이어서 이것 때문에 답답해요.
그럼 반대로 프랑스라는 나라가 이런 부분에서 조금 더 개선을 하면 좋은 나라가 될 것 같아요. 이런 부분에서 조금 더 개선을 하면 좋은 나라가 될 것 같다.
Good job, Neil. Proud of you.
이런 부분에서 조금 더 개선을 하면 좋은 나라가 될 것 같다.
한국 반대로여서 사람들이 눈치 때문에 이렇게 신경 안 써서 창피해 안 한국 반대로여서 사람들이 눈치 때문에 이렇게 신경 안 써서 창피해 없는 사람이 한국 반대로여서 사람들이 눈치 때문에 이렇게 신경 안 써서 없는 사람이 너무 많아서 약간 프랑스 제가 파리 다닐 때 저 운전만 해요. 없는 사람이 너무 많아서 약간 프랑스 제가 파리 다닐 때 저 아니에요. 이상 사람이 너무 많이 이렇게 말도 붙이고 그리고 어떻게 말하지? 따라올 또 이렇게 쫓아오고 이것 때문에 이런 거 약간 뭐 프랑스에서 뭐 따라올 또 이렇게 쫓아오고 이것 때문에 이런 거 약간 뭐 프랑스에서 뭐 바뀌면 좋겠어요.
쫓아온다는 게 무슨 말씀이시죠?
뭐 바뀌면 좋겠어요.
쫓아온다는 게 무슨 말씀이시죠?
뭐 쫓아요 그냥 뭐 길거리에 아니면 지하철에
이유
뭐 쫓아요 그냥 뭐 길거리에 아니면 지하철에
이유가 뭐예요? 쫓아오는?
그냥 뭐
이유가 뭐예요? 쫓아오는?
그냥 뭐 이상 사람이어서 한국도 이런 일도 있었어요.
What's the ad of the channel you're watching? Outcast? This one?
이상 사람이어서 한국도 이런 일도 있었어요. 아주
Wait, what's the ads of the channel?
이상 사람이어서 한국도 이런 아저씨들한테 프랑스는 심해요. 프랑스는 진짜 더 무서워요.
그러면 안전 얘기를 좀 안 할 수 없을 것 같거든요. 그러면 안전 얘기를 좀 안 할 수 없을 것 같거든요. 프랑스 안전 어떻게 다른 것 같아요?
프랑스는 경찰은 이렇게 빨리 올 수 있는
안전 어떻게 다른 것 같아요?
프랑스는 경찰은
안전 어떻게 다른 것 같아요?
프랑스는 경찰은 이렇게 빨리 올 수 있는데 더 사람들이 심한 사람 많이 있어서 무서운 사람 더 많이 있어서 더 사람들이 심한 사람 많이 있어서 무서운 사람 더 많이 있어서 더 조심하게 다녀야 돼요. 근데 반대로 저번에 이렇게 길거리에 이태원 쪽 더 조심하게 다녀야 돼요. 근데 반대로 저번에 이렇게 길거리에 이태원 쪽 더 조심하게 다녀야 돼요. 근데 반대로 저번에 이렇게 길거리에 쪽에 어떤 남자가 이렇게 쓰러졌어요. 낮 3시여서 이상하게 보여서 119 불러 쪽에 어떤 남자가 이렇게 쓰러졌어요. 낮 3시여서 불렀어요. 근데 첫 번째 질문이 이 사람이 술 마셨어요? 이거였어요. 이거 조금 깜짝 놀랐어요. 만약에 술 때문에 이렇게 쓰러진 거 이거 조금 깜짝 놀랐어요. 이거 조금 깜짝 놀랐어요. 만약에 술 때문에 이렇게 쓰러진 거 이렇게 못 올 수 있어서
쓰러져 있는 사람들은 취객이 되게 많아서 그걸 여쭤본 것 같아요. 근데 쓰러져 있는 사람들은 취객이 되게 많아서 그걸 여쭤본 것 같아요. 근데
I think they just legit invite all the Europeans to create like all the interviews from they're all Europeans in Hindi, India. Cool. It's cool. They're literally interviewing everyone. Awesome. I think it's gonna be a really good channel. That's cool. It just has legit a lot of good a lot of content because I think having foreigners visiting the main country is actually more interesting than just listening to two native speakers talking to each other. I think either way, it's still pretty fun though. Pretty good, pretty good. Blah, blah, blah. Is there an Evil D episode? Nope. I felt lazy today, anyways. Okay. I already did my daily task. The minimum requirements. I do need a freaking nap though. My brain is burning like so bad. I actually just speed up all my audios. Oh wait, this actually makes it a lot faster, but it's so much hard to catch up though. Good job. Thank you. I'm proud of you. Vice versa. Ooh, okay. How many views did Mike's video get? It'd be funny if Mike just comes in here and randomly starts talking. I was like, oh my god, wow. He's just chilling. 1,400. Wow, that's a lot. I'll take it. But it's not 5,000. I wanted to like blend in with his other videos. I don't want to be the least viewed video. It kind of makes me look weird. Who's this guy? No idea. Understandable. Yeah. Give it a few days. 2,000, sure. 1,000, okay. He told me it'll be at least 1,000 for sure. Well, he didn't lie. Yeah, he didn't lie at all. Wow, 5 people watching. That's a feeling. Dang, I got more subscribers. Thank you. So log in. I probably should hide my email more often because Mike said that there's always gonna be some crazy person. So I should probably just start doing that more often. I also said the same thing before you did. Yeah. I just didn't think I'd actually get people actually watching, but I'll take it. Yeah. I guess the more views I get, the more I should really be careful. Only like, yeah. Oh well, I learned my lesson little by little. So might as well just start doing it now. I do have like so many emails, so luckily they're all just for language. Burner, it's like the burner phones, but burner emails. Can I use that? I'm like importing a bunch of videos right now. I technically could. Yeah. Only when I've had to show my. Alright, bring this one in. Whew. Do, 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 do. Charisma. Am I out of lessons? Oops. Okay, I do need to do more. Just make system glitch. I'm gonna reconnect real quick. Let's see. 5 likes on this stream, really? Dang, that's a good start. Everyone's so active. Why am I here? I don't need that right now. Oh, I should have kept that.
So good. It's very happy.
No English. Russian, really?
한국이 너무 안정적이잖아요. 그래서 이제 밤에도 혼자서 돌아다닐 수 있고 여자여도 편하게 돌아다닐 수 있을 것 같아요.
그 러시아하고 좀 비교하자.
Dang, they all sound so good at the language too. Italian.
되게 깨끗하고 길에서 담배
They all sound so native. I don't know what this country is. Yaguanpawa. 교환은. Okay. Kyrgyzstan. Where is that country? Kyrgyzstan. Officially the Kyrgyz Republic, formerly known as Kyrgyzia, the landlocked country in the eastern region of Central Asia. Interesting. But I'm already done, aren't I? What am I doing? Yep, I need a nap. I guess I'll be back.
嘅，即係喺生死。即係喺生死徘徊嘅時候，即係喺生死徘徊嘅時候，你要點樣去安慰啊？你要點樣去點樣去鼓勵到佢哋咧？點樣去鼓勵到佢哋？
係痛苦嘅，係痛苦，一定係痛苦嘅。無論咧係嗰個病人自己，或者係我哋旁邊，或者佢照顧佢嘅人，其實係痛苦嘅。話俾你聽唔痛苦係，所以另外咧我就諗通咗啦。所以另外咧我就諗通，做醫生另外一個 purpose 咧，做醫生另外一個 purpose 咧就唔係話真係一定要醫好個病，因為生老病死，因為生老病死，人生必經階段。人生必經階段，只要你好好地 take care 過佢，只要你好好地 take care 過佢，喺佢身邊安慰過佢，俾咗佢 support， 俾到佢支援，俾到佢支援，俾到佢支持，對佢好，咁咧已經咧，聽佢舒舒服服咁離去咧，已經係好足夠嘅。咁離去咧，已經係好足夠嘅。你已經係做得個好嘅醫生㗎。
所以我諗，我未開始之前咧，我問過你一條問題，就係話你係一個惡嘅醫生啊，定話你係一個善良嘅循循善誘嘅醫生？你話你以前係惡，而家變咗善良喎，係咪？而家變咗善良喎。
以前啊，梗係啦。係啦，唔識嘢啊嘛，即係譬如啲婆婆公公佢啲血壓高啊，佢啲血壓高啊，有糖尿病啊，又膽固醇高啊，又膽固醇高啊，又膽固醇高啊，咁就係講，你唔好食乜啊，唔好食乜，唔好乜都唔準人食，又要減肥啊，其實咁咯，咁但係咧，隨住年紀大咗又睇得病人多啦。我又睇得病人多啦，又見過咁多生生死死啦，咁又 realize 到，喂，最後個個死咧，尤其是嗰啲譬如慢性疾病啊，或者係 cancer 嗰啲咧，都係食唔到嘢嘅，都係咧，個人咧瘦到咧乾晒瘦晒，又食唔到嘢啊咩？又食唔到嘢啊咩都唔得，因為你知啦，到 end of days 嗰陣咧，你嘅到 end of days 嗰陣咧，你嘅所有嗰啲器官嘅功能都衰退，你嘅所有嗰啲器官嘅功能都衰退，你嘅所有嗰啲器官嘅功能都衰退，包括埋你個腸啊吸收嗰啲，包括埋你個腸啊吸收嗰啲，你係食唔到嘢嘅。喂，咁當佢食到嘢一陣，你逼佢戒口戒到咁絕，仲有冇人性㗎？冇啦，放過佢哋啦。咁放佢哋又點咧？咁我又唔會話，飲你啊，放縱啊！嗱，乖乖哋食啲藥，乖乖哋食啲藥，戒少少口，忍唔到口就食少少，當係偷食啦，都食少少啦，算啦咁咯。咁啊而家對佢哋而家放過佢哋多啲啦，因為
寬容啲
經歷得多嚇。
其實做人都應該寬容啲嘅。其實做人都應該寬容。
絕對係啦，係最緊要咧，看破放下，自在隨緣。一個人點會唔病啊？ 一個人點會唔病？生老病死一定經過階段啦。我覺得咧最緊要而家咧。我覺得咧最緊要而家咧就係咧你自己覺得我呢一刻我係咪好 enjoy？ 我係咪好 at peace？ 我係咪好安樂？我係咪好安樂？我係咪好安樂？我係咪好舒服？如果係嘅，咁你咪健康咯。
如果做團嘅歌，我第一個人做梗係唔得啦。我第一個人做梗係唔得啦。好唔慣啦。好唔慣啦。但係如果自己 solo 嘅話，如果自己 solo 嘅話去做訪問，我又冇乜嘢咧。我個人又咁中意 sharing 咧。
咁而家自己一個人做嘢會唔會覺得好 lonely 啊？
唔會啊，有你一齊噶嘛。你都做緊嘢同我一齊。
係條片有我喺度噶嘛？
係咯，唔係我自己噶嘛。
你淨係睇 LingQ 嘅咩？係咩？有冇搞錯啊？
搞錯啊！
唔得噶嘛。
係啊，即係入咗行之後，有好多嘅比較，唔係妒忌喎，係比較喎。唔係妒忌喎，係比較喎。唔係妒忌，唔係妒忌喎，係比較。即係你成日見到人哋好好，你就覺得自己唔夠好。好勝心其實，我唔係嗰種好勝心。我唔係嗰種好勝心擺喺好面嗰陣嗰啲人嚟。但係其實我觀察到原來我自己入面都好想自己係最好嗰個，都想自己做得最，所以你先會有比較。Even 可能你講咗句説話冇心嘅，但係我都會容易去諗，咦係咪我自己？又或者可能人哋，就算係話你，只係純粹提醒你，但係我就會剔呢一句剔得好深。咁係咪真係我唔應該喺度？係咪我唔值得喺度啊？係唔係？即係尤其是係以前嘅自己嘅更加係咁樣，但係而家嘅自己就會知道呢個係人哋對你嘅觀感，呢個係人哋對你嘅觀感，咁呢個係人哋對你嘅觀感，咁知道係咁啦，咁咪睇下啲咩方法去改善啊，去進步啊，令到自己冇俾人再咁嘅感覺咯。
Hi， 我係艾力啊，今日嘅呢條片好少可會喺架車上面，因為而家天氣真係太熱嘅關係咧，我係盡量想減少要行嘅，喺太陽下暴曬會死嘅呢個時間。而今日呢個女嘉賓最近出咗新歌，咁喺而家電台咧做緊宣傳，咁我而家去到嘅時間咧應該就係佢準備完節目嘅時間，接佢收工，再同佢去第二個地方，轉場。其實有時我係好佩服你一眾嘅歌，佢哋喺電台門口，而家呢種曬程度，其實我係企1分鐘咧都覺得辛苦，但係佢哋可能頭先真係有其中1個鐘頭，Winka 上電台做訪問嘅時候咧，佢係企足咁耐。呢一個嘅毅力咧係少啲我嘅搞，即係呢一個係大服，哇！大熱天時期我真係覺得，好癲啊！呢件事，你 fans 喺門口嗰種堅毅嗰種愛啊！
我同佢哋講話，唔好等啦，曬太曬，曬同埋一定會中暑咁樣，即係每次都仲係等緊咯，所以我都好多謝佢哋。
係超級無敵嘅愛嚟㗎，係超級無敵嘅愛嚟㗎，
你超級嘅愛先至，
係超級無敵嘅愛嚟㗎。試完點解要去電台咧？ 試完點解要去電台咧？因為 Winka 最近出新歌嘅，因為 Winka 最近出新歌嘅，OK， 係啦，係自己 solo 嘅單曲，
冇錯
，OK， 係啦，係自己 solo 嘅單曲。
今期不流行。
大家要唔好再沉淪喺啲自己製造嘅傷心 FF 裏面啦。大家要唔好再沉淪喺啲自己製造嘅傷心 FF 啦。
冇錯。
喂，其實而家自己你一個人做房，慣唔慣咧？
如果做團嘅歌，如果做團嘅歌第一個人做梗係唔得啦，歌第一個人做梗係唔得啦，好唔慣啦，但係如果自己 solo 嘅話，但係如果自己 solo 嘅話去做訪問，我又冇乜嘢。咁我本身都咁中意傾咧，我個人又咁中意 sharing 咧，
係中意聽人講嘢多，定中意自己 share 嘢多咧？
都多因為我會好中意，譬如話 share 完之後，我都會希望對方會或者佢嘅故事或者佢嘅近況，我都會想聽咯。或者佢嘅近況，我都會想聽咯。即係我如果得我係咁自己講嘅話，我就會覺得。
咁而家自己一個人做嘢會唔會？咁而家自己一個人做嘢會唔會覺得好累？
唔會啊，會啊，有你一齊噶嘛，會啊，有你一齊噶嘛，你都做緊嘢同我一齊，你都做緊嘢同我一齊。
係條片有我喺度噶嘛？係條片有我喺度噶嘛？
係咯，唔係我自己噶嘛？
你淨係睇 Winka 咩？
係咯，
搞錯啊！錯啊！
搞錯啊！
錯啊！唔得噶嘛！
係啊！
唔得噶嘛！
係啊！其實我好睇同咩？其實我好睇同咩嘅主持咯，即係譬如啱先嗰個節目咁樣，即係譬如啱先嗰個節目咁樣，大家就會好 energetic，就會講嘢上面比較放啲，就會講嘢上面比較放啲，因為係大家都會講笑嘅氣氛就係要令到觀眾有一個笑嘅氣氛，就係要令到笑嘅氣氛就係要令到觀眾有一個開心啊！互相突下大家咁樣去講下啲嘢好盞鬼啊！大家咁樣去講下啲嘢好盞鬼啊！
好盞鬼，
係好盞鬼。
呢個字我好耐冇聽過。呢個字我好耐冇聽過，好盞鬼啊！呢個字
係咪好 old school 嘅呢個字係？
都唔係嘅，你把口講就冇問題啦。咁你自己傾向咧，即係你係啦。咁你自己傾向咧？咁你自己傾向咧，即係你自己平時係中意成班人吹下水玩啊喂，定係 deep talk 啲嘅，中意拎個心出嚟傾下偈啲嘅，中意拎個心出嚟傾偈。
我一定係中意拎個心出嚟傾偈，因為對我嚟講，其實而家大家都好忙，即係大家能夠放假，即係大家能夠放假有時間出嚟去見嘅時間都真係好珍貴。咁我出到嚟當然都會想玩啦，但係如果嗰個比例係全部都係玩，然後係 trash talk 嘅話，咁我就會覺得我唔想去呢啲聚會咯。即係我會好想大家出到嚟係都有玩，都有輕鬆，但係我都好想知喂你最近過成點啊！但係我都好想知喂你最近過成點，或者我都會好想大家係有一個愛，或者我都會好想大家係有一個愛喺入面去關心大家嗰一種愛喺入面去關心大家嗰。
咁就啱啦。我為咗以防Winka以後都話我唔想再出示有壓力嘅聚會，Winka以後都話我唔想再出示有壓力嘅聚會。我哋今日 deep talk。好啊 ，OK。睇下可以有幾 deep 啊？好。我哋轉咗個係可以 deep talk 嘅地方啊。係一個好好嘅 deep talk 地方。你覺唔覺得整 deep talk 咧？要個環境舒服係好緊要。首先係要安全。咁你喺呢度會唔會好唔安全？安全嘅，係一個啱嘅舒服嘅環境，跟住大家冇一個 time limit。跟住大家冇得個 time limit 去傾偈嘅感覺。因為咧，我本身已經見好多 fans 成日話咧，Winka 好中意講經嘅。呢個係咪你本身你自細就好中意啊？講下啲道理啊，講下啲道理啊。其實咧，我一開始咧點解會俾佢哋講我中意講經咧？係因為我成日都好中意去 share 我對一件事嘅睇法。即係譬如話，我見到呢件事，我覺得個道理係點樣去 apply 嘅。咁啊講下咧，就變咗佢哋覺得我係師傅，咁所以點解我師傅呢個名都係 come from 呢度，同埋嗰陣時咧，我記得係造星嘅剪接啊，同埋嗰陣時咧，我記得係造星嘅剪接啊，即係都有 cut 咗好多啲我好長氣嘅，跟住咧，咁所以大家就對我印象就係好長氣咧，咁所以即係都有 cut 咗好多啲我好長氣嘅，跟住 fast forward 嗰啲咧，咁所以大家就對我印象就係好長氣啦，雖然我都真係嘅。咁就啱啦。啱啦，即係今日呢條片咧，大家係會睇嘅。而家你睇到呢個應該剪接啫。啊，點解10幾分鐘可以？但係其實可能都冇可能10幾分鐘就完。係，淨係你 solo 講嘢嘅部分應該都唔止啲。 係，淨係你 solo 講嘢嘅部分應該都唔止呢件事。
我平時祈禱啊，我都祈半個鐘㗎喺屋企，我都祈半個鐘㗎喺屋企，即係如果耐嘅話，我唔趕時間出門口會祈半個鐘嘅話，我唔趕時間出門口會祈半個鐘。但係如果趕時間出門口就會喺車程嘅過程就祈咯，咁10幾分鐘。
咁你最近又點啊？
我最近點啊？
係咯。
我最近覺得都幾滿足同幾開心，因為其實38嗰個音樂劇啊，即係都有講就係話，其實一直都好想有一啲咁樣嘅音樂劇俾自己做，但係一直都冇去講出口嘅。咁呢個都 kind of 係心入面嘅一個少少嘅願望。就吸引力法則就應驗咗啦。佢 Kola 最近都有好多活動做啦，跟住自己又出咗新歌啦，跟住又有就覺得最近嘅生活都好豐盛，即係都好，當然都中間入面都會有一啲蝦碌嘢啊，又或者會有一啲自己會好 question 自己 moment， 但係整體我會覺得哇多嘢做喎，有嘢發生喎，咁個人就會好。
我覺得做呢行係經常會因為嗰期可能少啲嘢做啊，或者可能出嚟啲成績未如自己期望，或者可能出嚟啲成績未如自己期望啊，或者可能出嚟啲成績未如自己，就會好多嘢質疑自己嘅能力咯。其實明明嗰啲嘢，即係嚟睇我所講嘅成績啊，反應都唔係自己控制到噶嘛，但係最後我哋會質疑係自己到噶嘛，自己能力咯，會因此而到噶嘛，但係最後我哋會質疑係自己能力咯，
會㗎，因為譬如話我自己嘅創作咁樣，咁如果出到嚟冇乜，咁一定都會諗係咪自己做得唔好，又或者都會諗係唔係出完首歌之後自己冇努力去做宣傳，所以就冇乜人知道，即係都會有一啲諗法。即係因為我自己係一敏感體質，但我唔係對花生嗰啲敏感，我係對人嘅氣場啊 energy 敏感，對個環境啊，對人哋嘅眉頭眼額啊，好敏感。even 可能人哋講咗句説話冇心，但係我都會容易去諗，咦係咪我自己嘅問題咧？又或者可能人哋就算係話你，只係純粹提醒，但係我就會剔呢一句剔得好深。咁係咪真係我唔應該喺度？係咪我唔值得喺度啊？係唔係？即係尤其是係以前嘅自己更加係咁樣。但係而家嘅自己就會知道，呢個係人哋對你嘅觀感，咁知道係咁啦，咁咪睇下啲咩方法去進步令到自己冇俾人再咁嘅感覺咯，同埋都理解咗人哋對你嘅一啲感覺、印象、形象標籤，唔係你解釋咗就會即刻抹得甩，咁你就要 take action， 做翻啲嘢，或者你要俾一個 time 去流過一段時間，咁慢慢啲人就會對你又有唔同嘅睇法，或者會對你有翻信心咯。
如果咁樣計嘅話，你覺得自己呢條歌手路順，你會覺得係順利定係難？
我覺得都順嘅，坦白講，諗翻轉頭，我覺得嗰啲唔順嘅話係自己俾。even 玩造星，其實我雖然喺入面我個 package 好唔女團啊，但係其實我都冇諗太多，我就唱咯，就每關就咁樣去做好自己咯，咁最後尾又有呢個機會入到女團喎，其實每一個 chap 都係好似有啲神嘅帶領，或者係都冇咩唔順啦。但係我講唔順嗰 part 就係心態問題，即係入咗行之後有好多嘅比較，唔係妒忌喎，係比較喎，即係你成日見到人哋好，你就覺得自己唔好勝心。其實好勝心其實我唔係嗰種好勝心擺喺好面嗰陣嗰啲人，但係其實我觀察 察到原來我自己入面都好想自己係最好嗰個，都想自己做得最好嗰個，所以你先會有比較啫嘛。如果你根本唔 care，你唔介意你點樣你唔介意你點樣件事點樣做呢件事點樣做呢件事，其實你唔會有一個好勝心，你自然就唔會比較。
我覺得好勝心唔係一件壞事。我覺得好勝心唔係一件壞事嚟。
唔壞嘅。
調轉你冇好勝心就好本撇啦，個人就好本撇啦，個人。
係啦。
咁我齋每日喺屋企沖涼嘅時候唱歌咪得咯。
係啦。
咁我齋每日喺屋企沖涼嘅時候唱歌咪得咯。你使唔使做歌手啫？你使唔使做歌手啫？係即係你一定係要有個好勝。反而只不過有啲人會變得 negative 嘅咧，係因為如果你為咗好勝而做啲傷害人嘅嘢咧，呢樣嘢就 negative 啦。呢樣嘢就 negative 啦。
咁啊，我就係絕對唔會做一啲唔好嘅嘢啦。咁啊，我就係絕對唔會做一啲唔好嘅，但係我又谷住自己喎。即係谷住呢啲諗法嘅時候，咁我又唔中意比較。因為我唔中意競爭嘅，咁所以我會覺得當自己有一啲咁樣嘅覺得咧，我就會剔晒上身啊！唉，我咪唔應該喺度咧，我咪唔配咧，我咪阻住咧，我咪點啊！咁但係你啲諗法咧，其實實質冇幫嗰件事，亦都冇幫到你進步。其實最好嘅 action 就係。你覺得你自己唔夠，咪練多啲咯。你覺得你自己唔夠瘦，咪減，咪做 gym 咯。你覺得你自己點咪做翻咯。但係有陣時候咧，就係會自己 keep 咗個情緒入面，導致到本身可能係一件好快可以化解嘅事，你就會變咗，唉，不停就會自己內耗自己咯。但係我諗
內耗係最傷嘅。
我諗好多觀眾其實都會有呢一種㗎，而 that's why。心痕咯，就因為呢種好敏感好感受到好同你到人亂諗嘅，所以無論喺愛情嘅歌又好，講緊生命嘅歌又好，我就會好容易會 get into 首歌入面。
今次首新歌，我聽你有啲訪問講話，其實係個 schedule 褪遲咗嘅，OK，本身係應該想早出嘅，
冇錯。
個原因就係身體問題。
So today we're going to talk about something that seems a little bit backwards when it comes to language learning, but the issue is there's so much advice out there. There's so many people telling you to do this, and that we need to cut it down so that we can actually really focus in on the things that are really going to make a difference. And like I said, today's advice might sound a little bit different than other stuff you've heard in the past, but just stick with me, because if you get to the end, you're going to see that it really might be the thing that pushes you forward, finally. So we'll get right into it. So today we're going to talk about the toothpaste paradox, okay? So the toothpaste paradox is why skipping the basics is the fastest path to fluency if your goal is finally making progress in the language, okay? So here's the well-rounded trap, just to start us off. Everyone starts the boring way, and that's kind of why they stall. So basically, they go through the colors, the weather, the days of the week. Every app, every class basically opens here, okay? I mean, think about when you go through a textbook and you're kind of like learning what is purple, what is green, right? These colors on the screen, what is yellow? You learn all of these things, but that isn't necessarily the way that we actually speak a language. We don't necessarily speak in terms of categories. We speak in terms of frequency. And you've probably heard me say this before, but you're going to see it in this video, kind of laid out probably in a way we haven't spoken about in the past. So every app, every class opens here, okay? And here's the promise. Build a broad foundation first, and then you can build upon that foundation, okay? But you end up perfectly mediocre at basically everything. And that's when a lot of the anxiety for actually speaking begins to happen. It becomes very hard to open your mouth and speak with new speakers because you realize that no matter what category you discuss, you don't feel very confident. And that's really where things slip, okay? So a broad foundation feels safe, but it's actually the slowest road there is. And I just want to let you know right now that if you look down in the description, I've actually made a free AI tool for you to put in your own method and what you're doing, and it will calculate whether or not it's actually going to get you to your goals in a reasonable amount of time. Totally free in the description and in the pinned comment as well. Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Completely flip what you've been doing. Don't go wide. Don't no longer learn about all the cars, like all the vehicles, how, plane, bus, ship, all that stuff. You don't need to learn that. I want you to go absurdly narrow, okay? Pick one specific, weird, ideally, obsession, something that you really love. And this could be anything. It could be philosophy. It could be watches. It could be video game lore. It really doesn't matter. I want you to go specific into the thing that you like, regardless of whether or not you're speaking your second language, third language, or even first language. It doesn't matter. The thing that you personally care about will take you forward at a faster rate than things you don't. And I'm guessing that you probably have a bigger interest in one category of things than another category, okay? If you're just like any other regular human being. So anyway, master that micro domain and ignore the rest. Get really good at that one thing in your target language and then forget the rest of it. And we call this micro fluency, being super, super good at this one micro area. This is what's important. So become an absolute genius in one tiny corner before you're competent anywhere. Okay, so basically what you want to do is get really good at this small area and then you can move it elsewhere. And we're going to talk about how to do that. So here's the Trojan horse, okay? One topic forces constant grammar reuse. So if you're constantly talking about, let's say, okay, let's go back to watches, okay? You might be always talking about winding or about ticking or about the face of a watch or the dial of a watch, the bezel of a watch, et cetera, and you're going to get better at understanding these nouns, these adjectives, these verbs. And of course, all of the high frequency things that would be in any other part of the language. So, in English, we might be using the words the or and, et cetera. All those high frequency things are going to appear no matter what niche or what corner of the language you're looking at. So you're going to learn the stuff that will transfer over easily, but you get to learn it in a familiar context, in a familiar environment. And that's kind of why it pays off really, really well. So you're not memorizing rules here. You're wearing grooves. You're getting more and more familiar with the terrain. And the niche is just the delivery vehicle for the whole engine, which is what I was mentioning to you before about the idea that you're going to get all this high frequency words, or you're going to get all this stuff that you want to get in other areas. You're going to get that in any area that you study. So if you care about cameras or nature or whatever it is, learning about those things, you will pick up the high frequency stuff and it will be more easily transferable to other categories afterwards, okay? So hijack your flashcards. If you're someone who uses flashcards, you might not be, but if you are, this is for you. And it doesn't matter if you use Anki or if you use paper flashcards or Memrise or some other system. It doesn't matter. It's all the same, okay? Stop using sterile, generic example sentences, okay? So what I want you to do going forward is tie every single new word to your obsession, okay? So if you learn banana, what you might say, right? If you come across the word banana because you're learning about, I don't know, let's say cooking, you might be able to take any other word you learn and somehow tie the word banana to some other niche. So is that you might say something, oh, this thing is, for example, yellow, like a banana. So you might be learning about some other niche and you learn cooking initially, you're able to tie it back to your obsession, okay? So next is, I needed the word for spring, okay? Not a season, not a metal spring, but the card I made was mechanical watches use springs to save energy, okay? So hopefully you see exactly what I'm saying. I needed the word for spring, not a season, not a metal spring. The card I made was mechanical watches use springs to save energy. And now look, you could even make a card. Let's say you're learning about the seasons later on, and let's say it is about the season, okay? Let's say you are learning about this thing, and you already learned about watches for whatever reason. You like watches, okay? You might say, hey, just like the thing that powers a watch or it has a battery reserve in the watch, I think that's the way it works, right? The season shares the same name. And then, then you can remember the word for spring if you were learning English, for example. But you're tying it back to the obsession, which initially was the watches, okay? So now it sticks because it's mine. So because I tied the language to my obsession, and now as I branch out, I'm tying the language back into things that I'm already very familiar with because I tackled this whole idea of microfluency. Now I can learn the language a lot more efficiently and really at just an accelerated rate. So the immersion exploit. Let's talk about how we tie immersion to this, okay? So talking about a couple of my students here, we have Aria. Aria, if you're watching this, love you. Okay, Aria learned spatial phrases from a niche game, okay? She learned things like down 4 blocks or under the bench, and this was effortless. Do you know why? It's because she was playing this Japanese game called Little Kitty, Big City. I've never played it before, but I've seen it on YouTube. And so she's learning things like down. She's learning things like under. She's learning the bench. And okay, that was a terrible arrow. But you get my point. The idea here is under, that's going to be a really, really common word. Or down or 4 or even blocks. Blocks might not be as common. But I'm just realizing I'm not even sharing my screen here. Now you can see here. Basically, what you can see here is Arya, my student, learned from this game things like down 4 blocks, under the bench. So it should be very, very clear that these super high frequency words like under or down are going to show up. It's also going to show up in cooking or in watchmaking or whatever. So hopefully this makes sense. And it's going to be a lot more easy. In fact, it's going to be near effortless if you're already consuming things that you really, really care about. So Lada, another one of my students, again, love you, okay, watched a long Korean game stream. And she was really into this game. She was into the streamer. So she already knew the lore of this game. So the language clicked. She had this past understanding, right? Past understanding of the way the game worked because she already liked the game. And so when she watched it now in Korean, and she's actually a native German speaker watching it now in Korean, it was making sense because it was attaching itself to things that are already in the purview of her obsession, right? The stuff that she really cared about, which was this video game. So prior obsession makes hard input comprehensible. We're taking it from right here, again, pretty terrible arrow, and bringing it right here. We're now making it comprehensible. And if you know anything about, the way at least I decided to learn languages at Fluency Formula, CI, comprehensible input is the most important thing. Well, for the most part. And so we're taking hard input and making it comprehensible. Just because why? Well, we're doing it in a niche. We're picking our niche for stuff we care about, and we're exploiting that in our immersion. So when you already know the world, the foreign words have somewhere to land. So again, one thing that can make just content way more comprehensible in general is that you have some sort of background. And if you have an obsession, then you know a lot about it. And that's the beautiful thing about it, is it's up to you to choose. You can choose whatever it is. And then I want you to find content that specifically speaks to that niche, specifically speaks to that obsession. And you can acquire not only the high frequency words of that language, but you can also acquire all the words of something that you already know you like to talk about. And so now when you want to feel confident having, a language with a native speaker of that language, you have somewhere to go and you have somewhere where you feel familiar. And if you can find different inroads back to that topic, then you're going to be really, really good. In fact, this is something that a lot of language learners and polyglots are accused of, basically saying that they're only good at self-introductions or talking about language learning. And maybe that's true. If you watch one of your favorite polyglots and you see them doing an interview,
family, lover, job opportunities, right? A native speaker could. They have access to a lot of things. So you would have thought, okay, the fact that we already use YouTube a lot and you can access more stuff in YouTube, which is great because Chinese in general, Mandarin Chinese has the advantage. You have access to their social media, like Bilibili, Douyin, all this stuff. And it's pretty entertaining too, depending on what your style of taste is. Classical Chinese, literature, poetry, that's a big one. And now the question is, how on earth do you learn such a complex language? Because if you've ever seen YouTube videos about how many hours it takes to learn a certain language, it goes from left to right. They have list every language based on hours spent. Mandarin Chinese is considered the first hardest, but honestly, this is a personal opinion, the hardest language of all relative to an English speaker is Cantonese, because one, everything that you read in Cantonese is not going to be how it's pronounced in the colloquial, yeah, when they speak in person, conversational. Whatever you read, it's not going to be the same. So you have to be aware of that. And the first thing about Mandarin Chinese is that there's a lot of obstacles, is the tones and the characters too. So I'm sure that's what people are very curious about. How do you use a specific application such as LingQ, a system that's meant to improve your listening and reading to learn such a tedious language? Love the language, but it drives my brain insane because that language, you need to be mentally prepared from the beginning, not during the, but during it, you have to maintain your motivation. Okay, LingQ is a system or application that is created by Steve Kaufman and Mark Kaufman, the co-founders of LingQ, to help users to learn a language based on the input approach, in which that the more input you have, the higher chance you have of using the language in the long run. Because honestly, input is more of a long run term. If you're looking for a short term, LingQ is actually pretty good, but you have to put in the effort. But the good news, for example, if you were to use a dictionary, it'll take you about a minute just to look for a specific word translation, and that you're wasted a minute of your time, your life. Okay, that's ironic. But LingQ is that you get instant 1 millisecond. That's the advantage. That you have like a over 100% increase in efficiency of learning words. So that's what most language learning apps don't have. Duolingo, you play a game and then they teach you some words, but most of them are not in context, which is fine because one, you have to learn words somehow, and Duolingo is just a method itself. But the reality is that LingQ is probably the greatest language app in my opinion. I haven't used other apps. I tried Anki. You're pretty much forcing yourself, like you're grinding your teeth just to get a single word, and you can't even predict what your stats are. They give you like a stats and how much you have to review and where you are, what stage is this word. Probably they base on algorithm technologically to even have a chance to learn the word. But LingQ, you can decide your own fate. That's the good thing, because one, you have the statistics on your side. No other application has that. Some probably do, but it's not as fast and efficient as LingQ, especially now with AI. But personally, I never used AI. I came during a time before AI even was implemented within the 4 years. It was a new concept, and you have to also have a specific access to even have the payments. I mean, all right. Now the second part is, why did I do this challenge? Okay, the 10,000 listening hours was specifically for the fact that the AJAC community, the all Japanese all the time, existed for this purpose. And I heard Matt versus Japan during this time, or I heard of the creator of AJAC thinking you have to listen 10,000 hours to even have a chance to listen, to be fluent for the listening comprehension part. But the part that people don't realize is that everyone usually reads, but listening is a separate skill and it's its own art in itself. But the fun part is the moment you even hear your first word out of context, that's where it gets motivating, and you need the motivation to even continue on this such. Okay, and I'm just reading my notes real quick. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to pause real quick. basically, my next point is that I'm just going to show my stats in general and describe my time frame. Let me start with the known words. So since I started this application in 2018, I actually started this challenge with approximately 5,000 words. But the thing is, 5,000 words doesn't get you far. Okay, because the link system is that you determine if you know the word or not, and you have your own conditions to even determine if if this word is probably in my head and can I access it. That's a whole different topic itself. Basically, when I started Link, I just used it casually. Back in community college, I was 19 years old, and pretty much I don't really count this frame because I had a lot of off and on sessions, and it was not consistent at all. But the real challenge, because during this time I quit about 10 to 20 times because this language is hard and you need a very specific methodology of how to approach such a language with a technological approach, because most people do the natural approach as in books, SC Mill, which is cool if you're into that stuff. But if your objective is to speak the language as fast as you physically can, okay. Honestly, Link can help you with that, but you have to figure out the speaking on your own. So basically, I started around 2021 August, and around this time I get 5,000 words, and recently from there on I just took a very specific approach to get 100 words a day, because monthly around 3,000 is about 100 words per day. The thing is, in the beginning it's actually pretty hard because first you have the advantage that Mandarin Chinese is a long-term language. People don't think about this enough because they give up so fast. Mandarin Chinese was not meant to be a short-term language. It was meant for a long-term session. The advantage is that once you're there, your ability to multi enough because they give up so fast. Mandarin language, people don't think about this enough because they give up so fast. Mandarin Chinese was not meant to be
You know, one of the most frustrating things about learning a language, especially if you've been doing this for years, maybe almost a decade since you were in school, is that you are stuck in this purgatory between intermediate levels and the advanced level. And you, my friend, have found yourself in this place called the intermediate plateau. So in this video, I want to talk to you about the 3 things that you can do to get yourself out of this. So the intermediate plateau is something that is very near and dear to me because I personally am experiencing it in 2 of the languages that I speak, both in Spanish and Dutch. So I speak Spanish and Dutch at a conversational levels, but I can never get past the advanced level. And why is that? I know exactly why. And that is because I do not have the urgency to use them. My life does not require me to speak Dutch or Spanish on a daily basis because I do not live in a country that speaks these languages. I do not work in an environment that require me to speak these languages, so I do not have to push. However, unlike me, you have the urgency. You are living abroad, or maybe you are working in an international environment where English is the main language of communication, and you have the push and the urgency to get good at it because your life is dependent on it. And this may feel annoying, and this may feel like
I'm just eating breakfast, but I'm gonna post another short because Zaya demands it. Sorry. I said, you know what? I should post shorts. For fun. For fun. I guess I'm watching this video real quick.
A lot of pressure, but this is actually the biggest advantage that you have, and you may not be taking advantage of it to the fullest. That urgency, that pressure that you feel is actually your biggest challenge, and you're not fully using it yet. So let's work on that now. So one thing that I want you to understand from this video is this. What got you from A to B will not bring you from B to C. I repeat, what got you from the A levels to the B levels, in beginner to intermediate, will not bring you from the intermediate B levels to the C levels, which is the advanced. So when you're in the beginner level, you learned a lot of things, you picked up a lot of habits, a way of learning a language that were effective enough to get you to this point. It's actually good. They're not bad at all. However, at this point, this level comes with a different set of challenges, and you need to be able to understand that these challenges require a different solution. The things that got you from A to B are actually going to bring to be the biggest blocks that are keeping you from advancing to C. So let's get to the first reason why you are stuck, and that is because you are still stuck in the beginner's mode. So in the beginner's level, you learned a lot of grammar, right? Of course, because that builds a foundation so that you can start building sentences from scratch. And then you also learned new words through translation, right? Because you wouldn't know that the word house means la casa or the word house means rumah or something. You would have to look up the meaning in your native language to be able to understand what this English word means, the house, right? So translating between languages really helped you speed up in learning words in the foreign languages. And also in the beginner's level, you were very much focused on doing a lot of exams, maybe because you wanted to do the IELTS or the TOEFL, or maybe because you started off in a classroom and then exams were a huge part of these classrooms, and then you wanted to be perfect so that you can get good grades. So a lot of these things, they're not bad, they're good to build the foundations, but a lot of these things a lot of these habits that you picked up as a beginner, the translating, the thinking too much about grammar, and also the perfectionism, they actually cause a lot of overthinking at this point. At the intermediate level, overthinking is the biggest block that keeps you from advancing to the C levels. And I know this for a fact because I've been doing this for 5 to 6 years, and I have been speaking to thousands of students, and overthinking really is the biggest block. They're loading too long. They're translating too much in their head. They put so much pressure on themselves to sound perfect that it actually keeps them from speaking at all. So at this point, the easiest thing that you can do is to first be aware of these habits that you are doing unconsciously. And then once you're aware, then you can catch yourself as you're doing it and understand that these are the things that are keeping you stuck. Thinking about grammar, translating, and also putting too much pressure to be perfect. And also, as a beginner, you've probably watched a lot of
All right, that's why I want to hear. Go back to listening. It's comprehensive input though. Still works. Still listening. It's better than doing no listening. Do what you gotta do. I'm just eating breakfast right now. Still, just keep getting cold. Fish. I love it. I speak English 8+ hours a day without living abroad. If I could, if you shout 8 hours a day, that'd be so awesome. That'd be tiring though. Holy moly! Speed reading and memory.
What can I give my number? Can be.
At 18, I could barely speak 2 different languages. Fast forward 3 years later, I'm 21 and I'm conversational in 6 different languages. Ah, é vergonha, né? Você como não? Não sou do Brasil, mas falo português. Nací en Nueva York, pero voy a la universidad ahorita en Los Ángeles.
Oh shit, you speak Spanish.
我不知道，我就是今天早上起床了，然后会说中文。
You're Chinese.
You guys have been asking for this video for a while, so here it is. In this video, I'm going to walk you through exactly how I learned each language, what worked, what didn't. At the end of the video, I'm going to help you guys apply the same tips to your language learning so you can learn those languages in 2025. Let's do it. All right, so let's take it back to the beginning. I was born to 2 Greek parents who moved to the US in their 20s. Μεγαλώσαμε στη Νέα Υόρκη και στο σπίτι ήταν και ελληνικά και αγγλικά. Όταν οι γονείς μου δούλευαν, η γιαγιά μας ήταν στο σπίτι να είναι μαζί με εγώ και τους αδελφούς μου και χωρίς να προσπαθώ ήταν something I just grew up around, you know? It's just like I grew up listening to some English and also to some ελληνικά. Θυμάμαι πως πήγαμε ελληνικό σχολείο για λίγα χρόνια, αλλά θυμάμαι πως δεν μου άρεσε. I didn't like going, and I think it was just maybe 3 or 4 years, but I was pretty bored there. I think now my relationship and my level in Greek is something that a lot of kids of first-generation immigrants can relate to, where even if we don't speak the language super well now, it's because it's something we grew up around and heard, we always have that connection. We'll always still have some base level of the language. So that's kind of my
Hey, noble ones and noble academics. So, we have watched quite a few of Language Sims language reviews. Italian, up to this point, it was the best one. It was the best one, hands down. We watched his Japanese, we watched his Mandarin, but today, my friend, today, oh, it's the time to see his review of English, and I'm so looking forward to this. Let's jump right into it.
Howdy, partner. Today I'm going to be reviewing the English language, aka colonizer language, American, McDonald's language, Liberian, or Bidenese. No need for a long intro.
Liberian or Bidenese.
You all know what this series is about at this point. I'm going to discuss what is good and what is bad about the English language from a language learning perspective, and then I'll give it an official Language Sim certified rating on the Sim scale.
Yeah, but you have to, Mr. Language Sim. This used to be purple. This, I'm on to you. This used to be purple. Why is it green now?
So without further ado, let's begin.
English? Isn't that just the default spawn language that everyone starts with?
No, we speak English because we spawned in America. I know it's hard as an American, but you gotta remember that other countries exist.
What's a country?
But English is the most spoken language in the universe, as over 1.4 billion NPCs speak it just on Earth alone, which means that learning it will unlock an unfathomable amount of DLC.
True.
And that's because for a few hundred years, the British Empire did a steamy number 2 on most countries. They colonized the crap out of everyone, which caused the English language to spread like a virus way outside of England's embarrassingly small modern-day borders. And nowadays, the virus continues to spread, because out of the rubble of colonization came the most giga-chad country in the entire world, the United States of global interventionism. I mean,
yeah, I mean, that flag though, that flag of yours is top tier.
America. And everyone loves America and the American government. So English is now widely studied all around the world, even in North Korea. In 2024, English is the global language. So if you don't speak English at a conversational level, society considers you a beta male. You won't find a job, you won't get a girl or a guy, you'll never leave your country because you can't travel, and you can never enjoy My Little Pony in its original language if you don't speak English.
I mean, yeah, My Little Ponies was sold it to me. I've got to be honest. Like when did I start learning English? I think I was in my teens. I know it was in my teens, and then I moved to the UK. But before moving to the UK, which is where I mostly picked it up, I think. Was I watching My Little Pony? Probably not. But yeah, no, I started hanging out with Americans in Sicily. That's what happened. I started hanging out with Americans in Sicily, and it was so cool that they could speak this language. And of course, I knew a little bit because of video games. I actually think it was a blessing when I was a teenager. There are a lot of games that did not get translated into Italian, nor were they localized, because it forced me to learn at least a little bit of English. And then, when I started hanging out with natives is when I really picked it up.
As a passionate language learner myself, I actually hate that English has become the global language. Back in the day, if you wanted to go to Spain, you had to learn Mexican. And if you wanted to go to Arizona, you had to learn Navajo. But now, if you just know English, you can go everywhere. Most people are forced to learn the language in school, which strips the fun out of it for them. Unlike with other languages, no one learns English for fun or because they like how it sounds or because a certain English-speaking country fascinates them.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, it's sarcasm here, but I will say, now in our day and age, when you go to Europe, and I'm going to speak mostly for Italy, but in general, I imagine it's similar everywhere, at least in Western Europe, kids are really good. Like, kids are starting to get really good. When I was a teenager, no one knew English. In fact, when I picked it up and came in England and then went back to Italy, I was like a hero. Like, everyone was like, "Oh, what does that mean? What's the meaning of that video game? How do you pronounce Final Fantasy?" Like, people, it was really cool. But now the kids, even like 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds in Italy, are really good. They do speak it quite well. Not everyone, but definitely the percentages have changed completely. And whereby, like, my dad's generation, not a chance. Like, my dad, he wouldn't even know how to say hello and good morning, like, literally. So there was a multi-generational shift, if you will, at least in Southern Europe, because when it comes to Northern Europe, I think the Nordic countries, Scandinavia, they've always been pretty good at English. But
On the latest interview, just trying to clarify on your routine, you would listen to one video and then go through the script. And then the rest of the day you have that video on repeat. That's what I got from Elise, but I wanted to make sure.
身體問題。
係啊係啊係啊，嗰陣時我記得係上年嘅年中捉完校會，係啊嗰陣時我記得係上年嘅中捉完校會分界之後，其實冇耐我就病過一次。 其實冇耐我就辭，嗰陣時係肺炎啊。辭嗰陣時係肺炎啊。咁然後一直病。咁然後一直病，咁我以為係完咗，咁未好翻晒，咁未好翻晒，所以我就冇睇醫生。即係我冇為我嘅聲音覺得係佢出咗問題。即係我冇為我嘅聲音覺得係佢，我就覺得應該係咪氣管啊，係咪未 recover 得晒啊？我就覺得應該係咪氣管啊，係咪未 recover 得啊，所以會講嘢啊、唱歌啊差啲所以會講嘢啊、唱歌啊，因為成日感覺都好冇氣。但係實質就係你漏氣，但係實質就係你漏氣，但係實質就係你漏氣，所以你成日都好容易講嘢好快冇氣，所以你成日都好容易講嘢好快冇氣，唱歌好快冇氣，唱歌好快冇氣。咁咪去到magical， 咁咪去到我真係完全失聲，我真係完全失聲，即係我係一個從來都唔走音嘅人，但係我喺一個 rehearsal room 度瘋狂走音，我喺個 final rehearsal 嘅 stage 度，其實好挫敗，但係嗰一刻嘅我，即係除咗信仰幫我自己去 go through 之外，就係開始覺得應該真係睇，咁我就完咗個 show 之後就去睇醫生咯，咁就發現咗就係真係有啲問題出現咗咁。
哇！嗰一刻我覺得如果你本身自己對自己咁有要求，而唱歌本身狀態好手到拿來，突然之間遇上呢個問題，其實係好崩潰嘅事嚟嘅，點解？
好崩潰㗎！而且我仲要覺得自己做乜，一直耽誤咗咯。即係由我自己 feel 到我自己把聲用得唔係好順暢嘅時候，其實我一早知㗎啦。但我就冇去即係睇醫生啦，即係我會好怪自己做乜
遲咗去睇。
做乜咁遲咧？其實你可以再早啲講緊係。台風假係上年嘅6月份嘅事喎，其實你可以即刻睇醫生㗎啦，你做乜要拖咧？但係我又深刻後來又同講呢啲都係人生必經啊，你下次就有一個智慧，同埋你下次就會知道你嘅聲音係你最大嘅嘢，最珍貴嘅嘢，佢一有問題。你唔需要懷疑佢係咪未好翻啊？感冒定點樣？你即刻睇醫生啊！你唔好拖啦咁啊！
你覺得自己最難頂係咩？
我自己最難頂啊！長氣啦！都好難頂㗎啦！
我對住另一半可能係更加多經講喎，
又唔會嘅，但係會好中意去我一討論嘅時候就會停唔到。咁呢啲可能如果對方嘅狀態比較攰嘅時候，咁可能對對方嚟講都難頂㗎，即係自知咯。
好彩我認識嘅佢，唔係咁長氣啫，
但係冇問題， 因為我
如果
長
兩個都長氣，大劑真係。
但係 OK 嘅喎。如果佢都長氣嘅話，其實我都長氣嘅話，咁大家都 OK。
好攰㗎，每日都係咁，每日都係咁，梗會啦。
咁都係冇啦。
每日翻到屋企已經攰㗎啦，做完嘢。每日翻到屋企已經攰㗎啦，做完嘢。翻到屋企就辯論大會開始咁啊。翻到屋企就辯論大會開始。
但係長氣可以係分享㗎嘛？但係長氣可以係分享㗎嘛，唔係辯論㗎嘛。唔係辯論㗎嘛。即係好似而家咁樣，大家都
間中好啦。係，你陣間你想唞下把聲咧，係咪？
我翻到屋企就唔講嘢㗎啦，都少講嘢。
即係原來而家有做。
香港夾 band 揾唔到錢咧？香港夾 band 揾唔到錢咧？
揾唔到。佢都唔使諗，我點算啦？揾唔到。
最快係答呢個問題。
最快係揾唔到。
揾唔到。咁點搞咧？咁點搞咧？我哋點樣夾落去咧？
呢個問題我已經研究咗。呢個問題我已經研究咗，係咪自我解決咗？係咪自我解決咗？就係每個人都有興趣，有啲人中意釣魚，有啲人中意拍嘢，咁所以咧，呢個都係我嘅興趣咯。所以我啲錢中意掂細就，我掂細啊，
有冇邊一次你係會覺得，哇！嗰次對於你嚟講係印象非常深刻
嘅愛情當入樽，係啦，1年前左右啦，好多人因為呢首歌而認識多咗我隊 band 或者我啦，咁一嚟咧我好驚，因為我唔知道大家係好嗰邊啦，定係唔好嗰邊啦，我一嚟就捅咗自己一刀先咯。我就係嗰個唱歌好難聽，跟住地獄聲音嗰個人啊，我捅自己一刀先，咁就佢攻擊唔到我，跟住之後好多人發現咗我有呢個問題，同埋我身邊嘅人提醒啦。就話其實我唔使咁樣捅自己你 OK 嘅，佢咁同我講你 OK 嘅，你冇事嘅，好勁嘅陰影啦，咁就開始走，同埋唔好傷害咗。
今日我請咗呢位嘅靚女，佢名字叫
Alison。Hello。
我哋終於相遇啦 ！Oh my god！
終於見到你啦！
我哋都係網上面啫，跟住我本身就係揾翻你，我就覺得香港嘅女仔夾 band，而香港女仔本身夾 band 女咧就更加難得。
好大頂高帽笠咗落嚟。我咁講係咪得罪咗其他人？我擔心，我覺得我夾 band 呢件事咧，其實係我細個啦，我覺得係關成長環境事嘅。即係屋企都好多，咁你就會戴住個耳機咯。我唔想聽屋企人講嘢咯。跟住之後就會聽啲好叛逆嘅歌啦，跟住就開始踏上想聽咗重型音樂啊，heavy metal 咁樣咯。
咁你哋聽咩歌大㗎？你係？
如果細個嘅話就一定係聽Slipknot 啊呢一種類型嘅重型樂啲樂。
都好 heavy 啊！我覺得佢女仔唱嘅時候難啲去被人接受。
我覺得有㗎，因為就係由細到大嗰個想法都覺得自己係一個女仔啊！我係用咗好多時間係跨過自己，唱啲好嘈吵嘅聲線㗎嘛，
但係你平時本身嘅人嘅性格咧，
都係女仔嚟嘅，都係女仔嚟嘅。
咁都幾大反差喎！呢件事都，咁都幾大反差喎！呢件事都，
都係，我覺得係點解想做呢個音樂嘅起初，我覺得係點解想做呢個音樂嘅起初係想自己強大一啲咯，起初係想自己強大一啲。
女仔嘅 band 咧喺香港又唔算多啦，女仔嘅 band 咧喺香港又唔算多啦，其實全世界都唔算多。女仔夾 band 你覺得好定係唔好啊？女仔夾 band 你覺得好定係唔好啊？
都認同女仔夾 band 係有一個身份嘅障礙先嘅，首先。因為好多女仔一嚟就會諗年紀啦，到咗某個階段，個人生階段轉啦，要結婚生小朋友啦，跟住就會可能要冇得夾，同埋香港嘅教育加屋企人嘅一啲概念，俾我哋嘅一啲想法就係、你走去夾 band 呢樣嘢係冇成本冇嘢翻嚟咁樣，係好多人都覺得我唔得，或者好多人覺得好多女仔 band。
香港夾 band 揾唔揾到錢咧？香港夾 band 揾唔揾到錢咧？
揾唔到，佢都唔使諗啊，點算啦？揾唔到，佢都唔使諗啊，點算啦？揾唔到。
最快係答呢個問題，最快係答呢個問題，
因為最快係揾唔到，因為最快係揾唔到。
揾唔到。好，咁點搞咧？點樣夾落去咧？好，咁點搞咧？點樣夾落去咧？
呢個問題我已經研究咗。呢個問題我已經研究咗係咪自我解決咗？就係每個人都有興趣，就係每個人都有興趣。有啲人中意釣魚，有啲人中意釣魚，有啲人中意拍嘢。咁所以咧，呢個都係我嘅興趣咯。所以我啲錢中意點使就，所以我啲錢中意點使就。我點使啊？
即係唔同成員之間財政獨立，即係唔同成員之間財政獨立，即係唔同成員之間財政獨立，即係唔同成員之間財政獨立。
係。
喺出 show 時間以外，喺出 show 時間以外，大家各有各唔同嘅工作去。
係。
其實我覺得呢個都要嘅。
係啊。
其實我覺得呢個都要嘅。
係啊。係啊。
呢個係而家大勢所趨嚟嘅。
係啊。
呢個係而家大勢所趨嚟嘅。呢個係而家大勢所趨嚟嘅，即係當越嚟越多人自己做音樂，獨立歌手越嚟越多嘅時候，係咯，邊度有咁多錢 back up 住啊？
係啊。
係咯，邊度有咁多錢 back up 住啊？咁一定係需要有其他唔同嘅生財方法咯，我覺得係呢一個就係你揾食嘅地方啊！真係。
冇錯，呢個就係呢個 office 妹嘅地方啦。呢個就係呢個 office 妹嘅地方啦。
你簡介下平時日常工作做咩嘅先？你簡介下平時日常工作做咩嘅先？
平時嘅日常工作咧，一個專業嘅人士啦，咁就要處理好多唔同嘅 data 啦。
係。
咁就喺度輸入啲資料，咁就喺度輸入啲資料，跟住同埋檢查啲資料，跟住同埋檢查啲資料。但係因為我有嚴重嘅 ADHD 啦， 成日都錯唔定嘅。咁我就呢度有個波喎，咁我就呢度有個波喎，咁就會得閒喺度坐下呢個波啦。咁就會得閒喺度，咁就會得閒喺度坐下呢個波啦。大概係咁樣啦。
個作用係咩？
嗰個作用就係應該係減肥嘅。嗰個作用就係應該係減肥嘅咁樣咯。咁就工作嘅環境都好開心同埋愉快嘅咁樣咯。咁就工作嘅環境都好開心同埋愉快嘅。所以你都見到我嘅笑容同埋容光滿嘅，所以你都見到我嘅笑容同埋容光滿得，大概係咁先。
睇得出，睇得出，睇得出，
尷尬。
咁但係你工作平時做咩咧？好多演唱會海報喺你身後。係
啊，咁就係有啲同演唱會相關嘅工作。係啊，咁就係有啲同演唱會相關嘅工作。好驚啊！唔知出唔出得街？應該 OK 啊，OK 啊，老闆都俾我上嚟咯。
係咯，
係啊，老闆
OK 㗎。
係啊，老闆都 repost 咗 story 應該 OK 嘅。
佢最驚係咩？知唔知啊？
最驚我唔知啊。
佢最驚就係以後我立亂去拗演唱會飛。
哦，係喎，可能應該會有嘅。
哦，係咪啊？
係啊，係啊。
我拍得片應該有㗎啦嘛。
應該。
嚟緊嗰啲 show 咧，過嚟呢邊傾我哋。
好。
既然一場拜訪你做嘢嘅地方，不如講下呢幾年你打滾呢個職場，不如講下呢幾年你打滾呢個職場生涯。不如講下呢幾年你打滾呢個職場生涯，有冇點樣去將你點樣洗滌到咧？有冇點樣去將你點樣洗滌？
洗滌到變到一個好正面啦、健康啦，同埋洗滌到變到一個好正面啦、健康啦，同埋
呢啲一定係驚老細而家睇緊，呢啲一定係驚老細而家睇緊。
OK。
我翻工好開心，因為你嘅工作都經常要係接觸好多唔同 artist。因為你嘅工作都經常要係接觸好多唔同 artist。頭先就係話咯，即係好多演唱會啦，要咁開得演唱會嗰啲歌手通常都係好受歡迎、好勁先有人買飛睇個 show 噶嘛。勁先有人買飛睇個 show 噶嘛。對住一啲嘅時候，你又要 lay back 翻去做翻一個幕後，唔係一個 artist 嘅身份同我哋相處嘅時候，唔係一個 artist 嘅身份同我哋相處，心理上有冇要點調整？心理上有冇要點調整？
真係有喎，其實我，但係我會係咁催眠自己。我係咁催眠自己。我係阿妹嚟㗎，我係阿妹嚟㗎。嘅，即係我可能會有一次嘅演唱會就係或者係一啲樂隊組合啦，或者係一啲樂隊組合啦，跟住我戴住個口罩咯，跟住我唔出聲做晒情咯，跟住我唔出聲做晒字，到真係啲人慶功好嘢，多頭我先至講 hello 咁樣，佢就喂，你做咩喺度嘅咁？
尤其你幕前幕後兩個身份咁樣，你總係有啲時候咧，難免係可能會有啲 hard feeling。
係啊，我點解自己冇得上個台？係啊，我點解自己冇得上個歌，跟住會好想表演咁樣咯。
係啊，即係尤其例如頭先你話我就當做場 band show，我今日你以翻一個幕後嘅工作人員身份嚟嘅時候，咁你就要照顧翻班 artist，咁你有時都會諗。咁你有時都會諗咁點解我唔係今次嘅 show 嘅主角俾人照顧嘅咧？
同埋我亦都會經過咗好多知道人哋點照顧，同埋人哋需要啲咩，而學習到原來自己咁樣做會令到人哋相處舒服，係咯。因為好多質疑同埋好多挫折啊，係咯。但係因為好多質疑同埋好多挫折啊，但係因為就係我諗係我心底處我知道我好中意呢樣嘢，所以我 keep 住想揾方法延續嘢，
最心底嗰團火。
係啊，嗰條初衷。係就係嗰條初衷咯，成日棘住。
就係嗰條初中成日棘住，搞到就係嗰條初中成日棘住，搞到我放棄唔到啦，搞到我放棄唔到啦。
讀中學嘅時候啦，咁中學要升學咯喎，跟住嗰陣時我記得係其實我係有認真去温書啊，但係無啦啦屋企人咧但係無啦啦屋企人咧又跟住病。跟住之後我就覺得好大壓力啦，跟住然後就諗咁人生死亡之前，我究竟想做啲乜嘢嘅咧？跟住我問完自己之後發覺原來我想試下做一次音樂，我想試下企喺個台上面。
有冇邊一次你係會覺得哇嗰一次對於你嚟講係印象非常深刻？嚟講係印象非常深刻
嘅愛情當入樽係啦，嘅愛情當入樽1年前左右啦。好多人因為呢首歌而認識多咗我對 band 或者我啦。咁一嚟咧，我好驚，因為我唔知道大家係好嗰邊啦，定係唔好嗰邊啦。我一嚟就捅咗自己一刀先咯。我就係嗰個唱歌好難聽，跟住地獄聲音嗰個人啊！我捅自己一刀先。咁就佢攻擊唔到我咪咯，跟住之後好多人發現咗我有呢個問題，同埋我身邊嘅人提醒啦，就話其實我唔使咁樣捅自己一刀啊，你 OK 嘅，佢咁同我講你 OK 嘅，佢咁同我講你 OK， 好勁嘅陰影啦，咁就開始正視咯。同埋唔好傷害咗自己先咯，
喊過無數次，壓力大到無數次，
係啊，好多次咯。跟住再加上窮咧冇錢，跟住更加質疑自己做緊嘅嘢係啱點，跟住更加質疑自己做緊嘅嘢係啱定係。之前呢個狀態真係好差，即使我唔承認，即係好多人就話你有問題啊！你個健康好有問題，你心情好有問題，睇心理醫生咁同我講，跟住我話我冇事喎，點解你哋肯話我有事啊？扮冇事啦！但係我嗰陣時個氣場係好差啦，我係有一啲可能要去 casting 嘅工作，我係一個都唔中啦。跟住或者係有任何嘅演出，我去聽到出面嘅聲音係會同我講話，因為呢隊 band 近排有啲佢有啲危險啊，跟住所以就唔用咯。跟住我聽到，跟住我就好唔開心。近排我啲成員好中意講話活在當下，唔執着過去，即係過去可能發生咗啲唔好嘅事，活在當下，活在呢一刻啦，活在當下，活在呢一刻，咁但係都唔焦慮未來。咁就係最好。因為我哋成日都要諗對 band 究竟行唔行得落去，或者搞音樂呢樣嘢好唔好？冇人欣賞又點？做唔做咧？就係焦慮緊未來咯。今日我付出嘅努力，可能係好少。但係為咗我聽日，其他與意想不到嘅回報咯。而呢樣嘢係我覺得做 Fiesta 一直以嚟都係應驗緊。我係冇諗過，我起初拎起支吉他，喺屋企彈，跟住之後唱下，租咗個 band 房，識到啲隊友，然後我可以上到一個咁大嘅舞台，呢啲係冇諗過。
有冇諗過前面條路有幾遠？想走都有幾遠？
活在當下。
每一步慢慢享受咗沿途風光先。每一步慢慢享受咗沿途風光先。
係。
我哋就由冇見1年開始講起啊！我哋就由冇見1年開始講起。
身份上面就由一，身份上面就由一。
我以為你轉眼就話俾我知。我以為你轉眼就話俾我知。係啊，毅力哥哥我結咗婚啦。係啊，毅力哥哥我結咗婚啦。
做媽媽啦，做媽媽啦，
做媽媽添啦，做媽媽。肚滔滔不絕雞都係唔轉嗰種，肚滔滔不絕。肚滔滔不絕雞都係唔轉嗰種，你唔係嗰種人嚟嘅，嗰種你唔係嗰種人嚟嘅。我到今日應該我哋嗰種你唔係嗰種人，我到今日應該我哋第3次，係啊，你都仲係好似好第一次見咁嗰種，你都仲係好似好第一次見咁嗰種感覺嚟嘅。
對於同一個比較資深嘅人傾偈，或者資歷多啲嘅人傾，資歷多啲嘅人傾。
好，我哋嗌翻個資深批，我冇啲咁嘅壓力啫啊！
冇嘅。
你連冇嘅呢句都，Hi，你連冇嘅呢句都好有喎。Hi，我係毅力啊！嗱，今日咧其實係我準備嚟緊又要飛之前嘅嗰3幾日時間嚟。通常呢啲時間咧，我係會閉關不斷係咁剪片，我係會閉關不斷係咁剪片。喺我飛咗期間去出片，但係我就偏偏今日我都要揀出嚟拍，無他嘅。因為我覺得今日呢一位嘅女嘉賓咧，我都要捉緊住佢嘅時間，因為佢喺香港嘅時間，而我又覺得大家有冇想見下佢啊？隔一排又會見到佢，隔一排又見，其實包括我都係，唔知近況點咧？今日我約咗 Tiffany 翻咗嚟啦
Hello， 又係我啊！
係啊，冇錯啊，今次你係翻嚟一個好短嘅時間啦，應該係
2個星期，淨係我有諗過今次拍片，其實我有諗過今次拍片，其實究竟想講嘅，究竟有啲咩係大家未或者有想知道嘅嘢咯，係一個 quick catch up 咯，但係同時我一個算係有計劃嘅人，對於一個冇 plan 過嘅行程會有少少擔心。
而家係咪掛住香港啲茶嘅嘢？一定會掛住㗎啦。因為咧，我有個朋友喺英國啦。其實亦都正正係上次喺英國過嚟揾你個團。咁我哋有好長時間過去揾佢。佢係經常都同我講，佢每次翻嚟香港咧，第一件事唔好理咁多食沙牛麵。
其實有啲唔習慣，
仲會唔習慣咩？
因為依家我住緊算係一個細城市嘅市中心，然後嚟緊可能要反而去大城，比較難，可能話落街踢個拖5分鐘有一間會想食嘅嘢。
Yeah, still here. Nothing's different. I applied to 10 jobs this morning. I was like, okay, it's kind of convenient. I could apply to jobs and do this. Most of them are just rejections, but it's fine. Life, right? Job market stuff. It just gives me an excuse to keep studying. I think I just upped multitasking well. Yeah, I tried to. I think I just figured out how to update this formula, like a formula. Can't be proven, but we can do makeup formulas now. 10 multiplied by, I don't know, whatever it's charts. Advanced to number. Shoot, man. Known words divided by advanced to words count. I don't like it. This will be fun, entertaining. Just the idea of this entertains me. Let's see. This is reading. My formal number is 50,000, so I can do 50,000. I like the number system. Oh. That's a lot. 50,000 divided by I'm just entering the realm of unrealistic reality now. Okay. Every 5 minutes a clip, I can learn potentially 50,000 divided by 35,263 times 10. 14 words every 5-minute clip. That would be cool. I don't know. Oh, such a funny concept. $14 words what? Oh, I pretty much state that if you listen to 5 minutes of actual clip, you concentrate on every single word, you hear it, and then while you're testing yourself, once you get from 0 to 5 minutes, for example, from 0 to 5-minute clip, your brain subconsciously learned 10 words, blah blah blah, naturally. But the thing is, your brain decides to choose whatever word it wants. Like if you want to learn car, your brain said, "Nope, I want to learn screwdriver," because you can't control it. It's just like when you learn how to read. Sometimes you're gonna see a word in the future when you read, say, "Oh my god, I know what this means," because it's the brain decides that. Yeah, your brain decides what word it wants to learn. So you probably relate that you learn the word, and then maybe a month later you see that word again. You all of a sudden you just know, oh, I read this word, and you just read it, right? So that's the same thing here for deja vu for listening. That wait, I heard this word out of context because one, you trained the active listening, so now we listen to it is the passive listening. So the idea is when you hit 5 minutes of actual active concentrated listening, you might gain about 10 words on average. For example, if your on Link, if your word count is 35,000, I'm just making this up. It won't make sense, but to me, it makes the most sense. You get an average like 10 words, but if you go beyond the average word count listed here, I'm like claiming you can go even beyond. So first, if I do 100,000, so every 10 minutes, but the condition is that the content must be native. And it cannot be something that something you like. It means that if you like it and you understand a lot of it, you're in the wrong area. You need to pretty much be in the area of discomfort. So like you need to listen to content that makes you uncomfortable. Like it's a lot of words you haven't heard yet. Maybe that's a good condition too. So if I mentor, for example, if I go straight to politics and I learned the word in the past and also I just haven't heard it yet, So if I do the active listening, so every 5-minute clip I can every 5-minute clip I can learn about 28 words per 5 minutes. Because I think I claim that the maximum number of words you can learn in 5 minutes is 30, but that's technically if every word is unknown. But this is technically the realm of you pretty much listening to stuff that you already know. Like if you watch dramas, actually dramas, there's too much new vocabulary. Yeah, you watch Chinese drama, even for me, there's like 100 new words every time. I don't know. It's just theory, but it's just fun to think about, right? Like if I use Zaya, for example, it's gonna be completely false with Zaya's case. Maybe. Did I spell his name wrong? No, it's right. Oh, there it is. 3,149. Okay, that's gonna be brutal. But this technically if you listen to native content. If it's not native content, then I guess this applies overall. I guess this could be I don't know how to describe it. ALT equals T equals to, damn, that's hard. Level difficulty content. Like for example, we have the easy ones. With easy, which is the slow comprehensible input videos. Medium is like it's like the Japanese ones we hear nowadays is comprehensible inputs, not slowed down. And then we just have hard native content. And then we have to adapt that to this. So so B1 of this charts will be it could be B2, beginner 2, intermediate 2, or advanced 2. These are words. So Isaiah is listing. Wait. Zaya, what level of content do you listen to? Do you think beginner, intermediate, or advanced? Or what channel do you use again? I'm doing math right now, and here's the example. Honestly, I should. If people actually want to, I can do like one person a week for fun. Actually going to talk to one person and have an interview with him. It was Straya. Like this guy is N1 in Japanese. So I was like, wait a sec, you're N1 and you want my advice? Something's wrong. Shoot, I wish I knew. I forgot which content he actually listens to. He actually posted a channel. Wait. Music, learning content, interview. Sure, whatever. What content did you listen to? Learning content. So if I did like, okay, if I grab this person, let's see, this is pretty damn hard. But the difference, they're slowed down. So if they're high vocabulary difficulty, but the speed is slow, we officially reach intermediate to balance it out. +1 and then -1, so equals to 0. So we're in intermediate. So B1 to C2, that's intermediate right off the bat. Okay. Hard difficulty, but speed is slow. No internet. I mean, I have to create something that doesn't make any sense. It's okay.
Всем привет и
Oh, to me it's exciting because that means I can personally use it, but it won't make sense to anyone, and I'm pretty much a fraud, but it makes sense to me.
добро пожаловать. Я Наташа.
А я Катя, и это подкаст для тех, кто изучает русский язык.
This is definitely media. I'm just going to claim all podcasts and discussions, like actual podcasts, are advanced. All this for free. I guess. When do I ever ask for money? Besides, I can't prove anything, so I can't sell it anyway. Why would I sell it? It's kind of pointless to sell. Besides, one, I can't even prove because I'm not really a polyglot. I'm just a guy who learns the language. But I think I can probably. I am the guy who's hyper focused on figuring out listening comprehension, right? The technical way, because people don't tell you how to do it technically, physically, right? So that's kind of maybe one selling point I have is how to physically active listen correctly and get the max result in short time. Okay, so if this is automatic intermediate, Zaya says this is his average content, right? Now, if I apply whatever method I create, now we've changed the realm from Russian to 20,000 520, sure. And actually, no, let's do me. 14,554. 14,554. Wait, this actually makes sense. No, because if a beginner goes straight to advanced, this number goes up, and therefore the rate of learning words is actually slower because they don't know the vocabulary to begin with. 14,554, 20,000, 20,520, and then times 10. So every 5 minutes, I learn about 7 words if I continuously listen to the intermediate content, but it's technically not the goal. We're assuming like this is the lower end. So if I would like, for example, hit Russian at the hardest level, podcast about war. So we pretty much choose to officially like one of the toughest topics, right? Balkazol Voitne. Where's one of those? Where's the discussion? Fine, whatever podcast. Okay, we get to like the advanced, like super natural native speaker level. So it's high vocabulary difficulty and high speed. So that makes it advanced in qualification.
Еще есть поганая история. Когда ты сидишь, потом вдруг понимаешь, что ты был...
Okay, so now if I were to change the conditions, then the conditions for advanced, like super advanced, 51,728 and at 14,000. Because if I only know 14,000 words, my chances of learning the words is very low. So my chances, how many words do I learn per 10 of every 5-minute clip? I would learn 2.8 words per 5-minute clip. Wow, that's a lot of work. Wow. Doesn't make sense, but I'm thinking. Intermediate slash advanced, find hard to find beginner content as both qualify and enjoy. Do you have a main channel that you listen to most of the time? Something's got. I had to correlate this with time. What would this number mean in time? So the formula is 10 multiplied by the known words you have divided by the number of words determining equivalent to the difficulty of the content. How do you consider which content is beginner, intermediate, advanced? Slow and low vocabulary level is beginners by default. One of the easy vocabulary but super fast speed is intermediate as well. Essay Russian progress. I'll say Russian progress. My main guy handles beginner intermediate. Okay, so he's officially in the realm of the beginners. It makes sense. Russian progress. How hard is Russian progress? Can anyone get a plan, or is it always? I just picked whoever. I don't know. I pretty much only pick people on Link because they have the actual numbers. I just click on people who have the known words because that's just based on what I quantified. Like Link has good quantification. It's completely false, but it's the closest thing I can use. But how hard is it?
Друзья, всем привет! Добро пожаловать на новый видео-подкаст проекта Russian Progress. Тут мы учим русский язык через контент на русском. Меня зовут Артем, и я занимаюсь этим проектом уже лет 8 почти.
Okay, so it's pretty much balanced. Like the speed's not too fast, so it's in the middle. So it is intermediate. That's why it's called intermediate. Okay. We've taken into account Zaya's tackling content that is okay. If I have 14,000 words, how many unknown words do I find in this video? My Russian in reading sense is an intermediate 1, sure. Super low. You can definitely say that. What is this? Oh. I posted like a funny short. I don't know if you saw it. I said, why you can't speedrun Mandarin Chinese as the clickbait. I don't know. It's not really clickbait, but people are gonna say you can definitely speed
I've
run
been
it.
wanting to learn about game design for literally years.
Oh, I didn't import it. If I'm intermediate 1 and just consider intermediate, it's gotta be at least 100 unknown. Russian got times it by 1.5 probably. If my math is correct. Russian 51,728 divided by 3025. So it's a 1.7 multiplier. Okay. So if this has to be 170, 26. So they're using easy vocabulary. Okay. Easy for vocabulary. So we hit intermediate 1.
The advantage that Mandarin Chinese is a long-term language. People don't think about this enough because they give.
Thanks for the comments. 2.5 hours. You gotta check social media, check aim with mission, check RS. Got it. Legit answer. I mean, language reactor usage of actual not passive. See. Here's 149 divided by the lower end of B1. So that's... This won't make any sense. Okay, he's learning 3 words subconsciously per 5-minute clip because I'm guessing they tend to pause. Oh, is there pauses?
8 лет. Кстати, одни из первых видео я записывал вот здесь, именно в этой обстановке. Есть много чего, что я могу и хотел бы рассказать. Больше всего я хочу рассказать про свою поездку в Узбекистан, но об этом в другой раз. Сегодня я хотел бы поговорить про то, как вы можете улучшить свои разговорные навыки, вообще поговорить о том, как решить одну из главных проблем в изучении языка. Это я понимаю, но не говорю. Человек может учить язык на протяжении многих лет. Он учит язык сначала в школе, потом в университете, на курсах, но он не понимает. И с чем же это связано? Очевидно, это связано с тем, что, как правило, на уроках мы учим грамматику, мы читаем какие-то тексты, мы, может быть, даже слушаем, смотрим контент.
He does an hour of this times 12, 36. Way too little for an hour, but Нет. I wish. Говорить по-русски. Нет. I wish. Do you have a screenshot of a lesson that is already completed? I want to see how many yellow words are on an average page. From language progress imported video. Do you have a screenshot of a lesson that is already complete on link after all blue has been converted to yellow? I want to see how many yellows are on an average page from language progress and part of video. Preferably around. I don't know how to say preferably. Preferably. A random one. Good data, not good data. Milk lesson would be better. I'm gonna use a stop counter. How many words are here? Ninety words on this image. Middle. Okay. $91. Okay, Zaya. Image 2, 91 words. Image 1, 90. I need to do the average. Sorry. Auto clicker. I'm doing the timer. Whatever this thing is called. I forgot my mic is on. I'm done though. I'm done. Image 3, 101. 90 plus 91 plus 101 divided by 30. 94 on average. All right, I'll mute this time. The difference between how many words he actually knows and what he doesn't. He has 17 unknown, or words he hasn't learned yet. All right. $21. He's doing pretty good, dang. 21 words he hasn't learned yet. Really? 16. All right. $94. 17, 21, 16. Divided 3, 18 unknown. Hey, Len. On time. Language learning is so addictive. I'm taking into an unrealistic realm of fantasy. So whatever I do, just don't take it seriously. So on average, he has an 8% known word. Really? That's really high. Good on Zaya. This is gonna be so inaccurate. Let's see. Matching to the contents. Okay, maybe two formulas. 10 times no words. multiplied by the words based on content. Shoot. The known word count. Known word counts D1 through advanced. Shoot. Beginner 1 through advanced 2 is super addictive. Okay, this is Formula 1. Wait, I should write thesis. Just kidding. I used to be one of those like very big on thesis. Like I wrote theories on romance and all that, but actually that's a secret about me. Thank you, Len. I appreciate it. Passive listening. Sorry. Passive listening word count theory. I just need a document. I used to spend hours making theories based on topics I like, depending though. $30. Oh, that's way too huge of a text. You came at the weirdest time. Let's see. Glad to see you again too. Okay, Formula 1. Determining how many passive words you know. Okay, so the first formula is 31. No, Formula 1. Formula 1. The word counts. No, I'm thinking the word count. Division of word counts to known words. The link data though. I get it. Me on the other side have too much time since I'm done with finals. Formula 2. Average. Average known to unknown based on consistent content usage. Consistent difficult content usage. I haven't missed a live. Yeah, Neil's been so really consistent. Let's see. T equals to the difficult. T equals to. I should do D, whatever. Yeah, difficult. I'm sorry. Known word counts per via difficulty of content through link statistics. Let's see. Formula 1. Every 5 minutes, real audio time. What's the word you use? I don't know why it's taking so long to send. I just got home. Okay, this is a lot harder. Is this advanced? Can you send the link to the video? track active time overall special English. The length of the video. Okay, length of the video. 5 minutes. Will give you. Actually, I need to give this a freaking variable. And for minutes. 5 minutes of length of video. M equals to 10 multiplied by K link users known word counts K divided by T 2 M equals to 10 multiplied by average known words. Okay. I don't know, randoms. This is random sample. Random sample. 1 page of known words divided by 1 page of known words subtract. That makes no sense. Sorry, I have a question. What does he use for reading the meaning of the word on the YouTube channel, Language Reactor? One page of known words subtract by 1 page of unknown of yellow words divided by number of words on the page. I don't know. Works alright. I put some time away every day to learn a language, so I can't complain too much. Are you finally using LingQ and doing your Chinese studies? Are you still doing it, Len? Actually, no. Okay. Or you've been going straight to Language Reactor. Either way, that's fine as well. It's okay. In the end, it's whatever you want. You don't have to actually do it. It's okay. You can always stop to anytime. Not like you have to do it every day, like some of us, but it helps. It's okay. People do it once a month, do it once a week. Okay, it's fine. Just know that it's pretty helpful. That's all I can say. LingQ is pretty helpful. It's boring, so that's why you always listen to podcasts on the side, or I watch videos when I do the linking. So I cannot just link and just sit there. That's why Neil knows that if I always put on some audio and I do links, it's just to keep the brain going, or else you get bored and burn out. Okay, let's see. I understand. So I create two these are two fantasy formulas. Formula 1 to determine how many passive listening words you can actually count. Let's see. Len, can you type me like a video or send me a link on YouTube, the average content you listen to, so I can do more research? Because I'm literally just at this point, I'm just doing research. I'm about to do it. I'm about to do what are those inventors called? Shoot, Benjamin Franklin kind of crap. Like he created someone created the light bulb. I forget who created the light bulb. Thomas Edison. All right, don't judge me, but I'm just literally making up things now. Because I realized that when you reach really high vocabulary in all the languages so far I've learned, they all pretty much are almost equal now in terms of to learn the listening comprehension. It takes the same amount of work to get the same amount of results. Romance language is just a little bit of advantage, but your brain power is all used the same. So that means it's going to be a little bit more easier to measure. Zaya. No words. 349. Image 1, 90. Known. Yellows. Known. Yellows. Known. Yellows. 90 plus 91 plus 1. You said the Discord, or just give me personal message to 3 equals 94 average. $17 plus 21 plus 16. I can always do a higher sample pool, but this is just for fun. I don't want to do a high sample pool. 94 words on average on the page, 18 words unknown. Okay. Test 1, Formula 1. His average content is language progress. Intermediate 1, intermediate 2, but technically intermediate 1. Easy vocabulary, normal, slower speed. Consider that intermediate 1 difficulty. Which reaches in the realm of Russian, 10,260. Did you just do the math on your own? Yeah. It's like pretty much like, it's like the guy who created calculus out of no. Okay. I heard, shoot, give me a second. I'm done. Who Isaac Newton. You know how he created like calculus out of blue? He just created calculus and gravity. Exactly. So it's like I'm just doing something like that for fun because everything I do, don't take it seriously. Like probably the same thing how people didn't believe in him when he actually started creating calculus and gravity, right? So I'm just pretty much just inventing stuff on my own for fun. So please no judging too much. I'm just trying to find something that makes the most sense that matches the progress that I have. But I need another sample pool. So the content he lists is on average. I'm just doing it based on the average. I'm not doing it as an overall, the whole entire thing. 10,216. This one doesn't make sense though. Based on his vocabulary level, listening to intermediate, something beyond his level. He learns 3 words every 5 minutes of real audio. That's not a lot, but 6 minutes is a lot of audio. 5 minutes is a lot of audio. So how does that make any sense? Oh, 0.6. And then he listens 1 hour of real audio a day, so multiply by 12. So that's 36. That's super insane, by the way. Because technically the amount of words you know increases your efficiency, so that's why the number goes up beyond 10 or closer to 10. So I think I did make the claim. I made the bold claim that words aren't real progress. It's just it increases your efficiency when you actually start doing the work that is needed, which is listening. Technically, okay, if you mentioning that reading is part of your main journey, like you care about reading, then you can include that. But this is just the context of like old civilization. All we do is talk to each other, right? So we're just doing it in terms of actual survival senses, speaking and listening. So that's like the main area. If I'm including reading, then this pretty much doesn't really. This is a lot different. 36.72 words per hour. That's pretty crappy, honestly. This is not correct. So formula 2 m equals to m equals to 36.72 word per hour. It's like waltz. I don't know if the lowercase is the waltz or is the uppercase as waltz or neither. Okay. 1 page of known words. 94 subtract by 18, that's 76. Sorry. Number of words on the page. Same thing. Number of known words on the page divided by number of words on the page. 76. I think I broke my keyboard. Oh, it's not working. 76 divided by 94. 0.8. What languages are you learning? Dark Ivy. 0.0. 4 decimal places. Sure. Thank you. Let's see. I got it. I'm just trying to figure out, because technically you're also in the beginner for Mandarin, so you're also another good sample test in this case. 10 multiplied by 0.0809 blah, 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 equals to 8.09 words per whatever minute session. But now we have to do it per hour. Multiply it by 12. 80.9 words per hour. This makes more sense. The brain will subconsciously learn a lot of words, but an hour, damn, man. I speak English Afrikaans natively, but learning French, B2 Russian. Neil's French. Neil can speak French. She's Belgium, so she definitely got Russian A1, German A1, Latin. What the fudge? Okay. create some weird shiz for you on the stream. Okay, how do I throw this at Zai without freaking him out? Let's see. Screenshot. W equals words. You know what hours is for sure. I'm here. Okay, I pretty much attempted to calculate how much passive vocabulary you learn per 5-minute rate based on the level you are relative to the difficulty of your content on average. So it's technically, I pretty much claim that I just use on the image you gave me. My sample pool is so tiny because I used 3 images, so it's fine. It just made up. But there's 2 formulas I created, and that it says that okay, every 5 minutes, usually a person learns 10. So the first claim is that this is how many known words you have divided by whatever LingQ claims is what the known words is. So your case of the contents. So the content is around intermediate 1, which is 10,260. And I use that as the formula that says every 5 minutes you learn about 3 words per 5 minutes, but I think that's way too low for 5 minutes because 5 minutes is pretty plain deadly. So at the second formula seems like more accurate, that every 5 minutes, 10 multiplied by how many known words you have divided by the total known words on an average in the middle of the page, because that's technically where the real deal is. It's super false. We can't include the beginning because we already know it's too predictable. So we have to find things that are unpredictable, and that is, the anomaly is really unpredictable. So 76 known words divided by total words 0.809. 10 times 0.8 equals to 8 words per 5 minutes. So that makes sense more to the brain. Then you do it per hour. So I claim that during your entire session you've been doing every single day for Language Reactor, you learn 80 words subconsciously per hour because you only have 3,000 words. So, but technically the moment the number catches up to just 3,000, you're capped. So this is pretty much your max potential. It's just for fun. Oh, I even spent like 30 or 40 minutes on this. It's kind of fun though. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Just keep telling me it doesn't make sense. It's just for fun. So okay, move on. Wow. I just for the sake. Okay, I know it must be fun. It's kind of fun because when you reach like a certain, because my sample pool is like the 9 languages, right? I reached like a very high low number of vocabulary, so I could virtually read most of the words and recognize the meaning. But now the goal is to find the comparison. Is that even though there's a whole different word counts, in the end you are still watching one video and you're still getting a certain CC, and they are giving you certain words that you've probably seen most of the time or not. So to reduce the randomness, we have to choose samples that conversations between 2 people so that it's more consistent, because when 2 people are talking, you're in the realm of conversation and the scope has officially reduced to that. But when it's one person, they can go off tangent and use whatever words that exist in the dictionary. French art and cinema, at least for the last 10, 20 years, in my opinion, appalling. I search in vain for good films and good books in terms of content. Aren't Africans Dutch somewhat similar? All right, I'm done being crazy for now. Let's see. I was like, I'm just gonna give this to you. If you ever feel demotivated, just remember I create this for you, and that this is the progress you actually could be making. You're welcome. All right. I prioritize fun a lot to counter that. So the content I've been watching a lot is Avatar, TLA. Oh, nice thing. TALA. Not the most efficient for everyday vocab, but a ton of fun. Some comprehension input like Dashu mainly. Because of this, I do mostly spend time on it every day. So we're using Dashu as a foundation. Dashu. Avatar Last Airbender. Nice. You're talking for English, right? Is there a Chinese Avatar Last Airbender movie? I want to watch it in Mandarin. In Mandarin dubs, yet that's insane. Je ne te compte dire pas le désir. Moi, je n'ai jamais vraiment aimé le cinéma français si c'est n'est pas redondant. C'est souvent très cliché ou cringe. Il existait quelques petites mais il fait parvenir à le travail. I don't know how to say it. Not travail. The link I shared in your Discord has. I don't think I have a link. He said it through he. No, that's fine. If it's Dashu, I can grab any content. They're all virtually the same level.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到大。
Oh wait, these guys are definitely intermediate one. I forgot. These guys speak pretty slow. Same parameters, I guess. Q is Dutch, maybe. Cutesy is Dutch. I think it's gonna be about the same level, somewhat. That's fine. That's fine. All right, I was trying to write. I gotta use the bathroom. Ooh, okay. Are you crazy? Do a full no. Dark Ivy, are you part of like the Discord chat? I have a feeling that it'll be more beneficial part of Discord. We can all discuss it in there, but here's also good as well. Ooh, okay. Nah. Nah, do whatever you want. It's fine. It's actually better when you guys talk. Well, type in this case. I'm just resting a bit. I'm probably gonna take another nap to reset. How long have I been on for? 5 hours? Okay, this consistency of 5 hours is gonna eventually get to me. My entire morning is gonna. I should probably wake up even earlier so I can stream. So when I finish, I just realize, I have so much extra time of the day to do virtually nothing. But let's see. Oh, you guys continue to talk though. I do need a break though, so. All right, I'll be back. How much did I miss? My God. This live stream was epic. Appreciate the compliment. Is that the most exciting, but difficult? Shit, man, you should ask me that question 4 years ago. super hard. Now, well, we reached advanced level. Everything is pretty much like English now. If you like it, you should come more often. Kevin is live every day at 4 p.m. my time. I believe you and I are 1 hour or 2 apart. Wait, you're also European? Not you, Neil, but Dark. I mean, you're also European. I love Mandarin. The grammar's reading is fine. Was listening slightly harder, but still okay. Speaking, the tones are going to be the death of me. Yeah, I told Kev I'm going to be watching the stream a lot more. Tones on all my days. It's too much. That's cool. I'm here every day too. Si tu utilisais le score de voix, j'entendais celui de Kevin is fun. I am Hugo. Joined today. Hugo. Oh, George. Oh, okay. Thank you. Last time I told this to Kevin, he acted like I was crazy for that. I just like learning content. I have to say, Kevin, you are so based for this type of content. I guess that's true. True, I've also vicariously experienced Mandarin through him. Jeez, my vocabulary slacking. Vicariously experiencing something indirectly through the actions feeling. Oh. Oh, it's not tempting. Do you not want to learn it? I was in China this year for a whole month, so I picked up a little bit. Oops. A French channel, if you want. But the difficulty is a barrier for sure. Forum discussions. I'm not even sure if I'm doing this right. French? No, not. Resources. Random YouTube chat. Okay, learning content recommendations. Let's see. I guess French. Team French. French Phuket. Oh, I can do that. Okay. Should I just title this? Create category. That's so I can't tell that's racist, but I'll do it anyways. Team Chinese. Team Mandarin. Let's see. It's the only thing I can find so far. You get évidemment, évidemment. Spanish, Spain. Am I allowed to copy Spain? Let's see. Spain flag, text. Can I use that? If I can use countries, that'll be a lot easier. I can always just use the letters, but it's kind of boring. Can I do that? Nope, they don't allow. Red. Type Spanish emoji flag, copy on Google. Yes. It's fine though. Oh, finally someone says French is phonetically hard. English natives make it look so easy to learn French. Heck no, man. Heck no. Personalize your server. Friends. French fries, French. French emoji flag. I wish this would be useful. Привет, товарищи. Would it just be better if I do that then? Okay, can I do? What will be like a good aesthetic for a name? Strategy. Of course, the Russian doll is funny. I guess that's more organized now. All right, time for me to get back to work. Actually, I should get lunch. Whew. Oh my god, so pretty. You talk about like the group chat? I don't know. If I create these and also you guys are typing, does it pretty much send notifications to everyone? And now they're like, all right, I want to mute everyone. Which is fine, but oh, okay. It's better. I wish we could actually get the flags in, but this is the best we can do for now. Oof. What's Evil D up to? Mongolia. I'm not able to paste it into the thing though. I'm not able to paste it. Wait, this is how it looks from your perspective? Cool. It sucks that I can't see that. Okay. I'll take it, but dang. Alright, that's good. As long as you can see it. I don't need to see every single flag, but alright. I'll watch Language Sim. Where's the language? There you go.
English, but Southern European countries, but also France, of course, Italy, I want to say Spain. I don't think we were that good, but that has changed in the last generation or two. It really has. Kids have access to a lot more resources online than we did because there was no online when I was a teenager, mostly. That made it difficult. You actually had to pick up a book, which made it exactly like this face makes it feel like. But then for kids today, they can enjoy their hobbies while learning English and communicating, chatting, and it's really good.
It's always school this, work that, blah, blah. Drop out of school and quit your job. Due to the spread of this linguistic virus, some of the countries with the most speakers of English as a second language include Bollywood land, Lollywood land, and
He's definitely very big. He's very big on satire for sure. Only certain videos still. Yeah, I watch like very old Steve Kaufman. 16 years ago. Could actually take me back 16 years ago. The first ever, the OG himself. Wow, the 18 years ago. But
Hello there. How many languages do you speak? Est-ce que vous parlez français? Hablas español? Parlez italiano? 因为我会讲中文、普通話。你識唔識講廣東話？ね？あなたは日本語話せますか？韓国語話せますか？ Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Praten Sie Svenska? Говорите по-русски? You know, all too often in the Anglo-Saxon world, the answer is, I speak one language. I think that's rather unfortunate. I think people today can and should speak 3 or 4 or more languages. You know, the languages of the world are divided into...
He speaks Cantonese. He learned partially from when he was in Hong Kong, but he had to learn to talk to his wife's family.
Families.
Pretty much the same exact case I'm in. So I had to literally be like him and learn Cantonese.
languages. But 2 families account for about 2/3 of all the language speakers in the world. The largest group is the Indo-European language group that has about 45% of the people in the world. And the Sino-Tibetan, which includes Chinese group, has another 22%. So that's a lot. And in my experience, if you can start learning one language in a family, or better still, one in each of those 2 families, you have a good chance of learning other languages of that family. And that's been my experience. I made an investment in French and then in Chinese, Mandarin Chinese, when I was in my late teens and early 20s. And from that base, I've been able to learn right now a total of 10 languages, and I haven't stopped. I intend to continue. And one major reason why I want to continue is that language learning is one of the most useful self-improvement activities that you can undertake.
He's legit right.
Research has shown that language learning is very, very good for brain fitness, for your memory, for staving off Alzheimer's, you're constantly forced to create new patterns in your brain as you struggle to get used to new languages. But language learning should be a pleasant activity. All too often in our schools, language learning is made to be an unpleasant activity. People dislike learning French in school or whatever other language they have to learn. But that's not how I learn languages. And I talk about that at my blog, thelinguist.blogs.com. When I learn, I just do pleasant things, because the more pleasant the association I have with the language, the better I learn. So I listen, I read. I've even developed a system for learning words and phrases and for associating pleasant thoughts and pleasing contexts with those words and phrases. And I talk about this in my blog. But the main thing is you have to have an attitude of wanting to enjoy the language, believing that you can do it, accepting the language, and you'll be surprised at how well you can learn. And the benefits are enormous. I know there are people who are involved in Pilates and yoga and mountain climbing and all other kinds of activities that they hope will improve their mind and their body. And that's all well and good. But I would vote for language learning as being the most beneficial activity that you can engage in, because not only do you end up with an increased ability to communicate with your fellow human beings, you also train your brain, and the whole experience can be extremely enjoyable if it's done the right way. So once again, this is Steve Kaufman here. I hope to see you at my blog, thelinguist.blogs.com. Now let's see, we can say au revoir, adios, hasta luego, let's see, 再见, sayonara, das vidanie, bises, and so on. And it's not just a matter of showing off with a few phrases, it's a matter of enjoying the fact that you can communicate comfortably with people of a different culture, and I have done that for much of my life, traveling to different countries, and it has helped me not only socially, but also in my business. So, once again, why don't you come to visit my blog and also take the plunge and learn another language.
The OG himself. I am so tempted to go visit the headquarters just to go say hi, but I hope they don't kick me out.
Hi there, Steve here again. I want to continue on the theme that I started the last video cast, where I talked about forgetting languages and how we're able to keep languages in our heads and how we forget them and so forth. And I will then speak a few other languages like I did the last time I ended up speaking a little bit German. So I claim to speak 11 languages. I must admit my Russian and Portuguese are not nothing to be so proud of, but I do understand the podcasts and I can communicate in them. Which languages do I have the best grasp on? Certainly my strongest four are English, French, Japanese, and Mandarin. And I think the reason for that is that I have spoken them more than the others. So it's clear to me that in order for the languages to stay in our brain, we have to use them. We have to speak them. I wasn't so strong on that before, but I do believe that to be the case now. We don't have to speak them all the time to maintain them. But in order to achieve a level where we are not likely to easily forget them, we have to, at some point, be involved in using them a lot. And so this may sound a bit contradictory because I have said that we learn primarily through listening and reading. I very much believe in input-based learning. That's always how I have learned my languages. But what that does is it takes you up, it builds up your potential in the language. But then at some point you have to use the language to really get good at it. My Russian is now at a stage where if I were with a bunch of Russians for an extended period of time, if I lived in Russia for 6 months, my Russian would get very good. The same is true of my Portuguese. And I might add, the same is true of some of my other minor languages. If English, French, Japanese, and Mandarin are the strongest, then the next group would be probably German, Swedish, and Spanish, which I've used to some degree. And then the Italian and the Cantonese and I can't remember what I forgot. They would be, less strong, Portuguese and Russian. But I could get them up. I have enough exposure, enough vocabulary.
I actually never heard him speak fully Cantonese. Yeah, he has a video, but he just that's during the time I never really studied, so I can actually look for now. I can try my best because I'm only just a learner. He's obviously a lot better than me. Oops. Oh, there's only one existing video. It was 18 years ago. He did to advertise the link website, though, I think.
Hello. Edwin asked me to say a few words in Cantonese, so I'm going to try my best here, talking about why it's so important in language learning to enjoy it. The main reason is that if you enjoy it, you'll spend more time at it. And the major ingredient for success in language learning is simply to spend the time. Spend the time reading, listening, and with the language.
After I'd be right back again. I keep leaving at the right time. I must have missed that. Yeah, what? Dark Ivy isn't from Europe. They're from South Africa, but since it's around in Europe, we're almost on the same time zone. Oh, okay, got it. Noted. I'll remember it. I'll try to remember. I try to remember as much as I can about everyone. Until area starts getting overly crowded, that's when I'm going to forget everything. 35 people. Wow, how far we came. That's pretty good, actually. Even me? What was my question again? I just brain farted, sorry. All those hours spent together. Exposition? I actually don't remember what I just said. I just say there's a lot of people. But you said to teach her how to do the mod thing, because I have no idea how that works. Oh, because there's so many people to keep track of. So how do you do the mod? I still need to figure. Okay, I have to add a role, right? How do you create roles? You must be server owner. Have to manage role permission to do this. Open your Discord. Click on the server name on top left. You have to create first. Yeah. Right under the server name. Right under this server name. Device, server setting, create channel, create category, all about. I don't know how this works. Roles, yeah. Domain. I'm not sure how to name main mods. What's a decent color? Sure, this one. Choose image. Rocks are what the heck? Okay, choose image. Display role members separately from online members. Display role members separately. Allow anyone to mention this role. Pink, please. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I am. There you go. Permissions. General observe. Okay. Allow member to view, manage channels, manage roles, create expressions, manage expressions, view audit, manage webhook, manage server, create invites, change nick. I don't know. Manage nicknames. I guess band members, timeout members. I guess when it gets really big. Send messages and create posts. Send messages in threads. Create public threads. Private threads. Edit, attach, add reacts. Use external emojis. Use external stickers. Mention everyone. Manage messages. Pin messages. Maybe not that. Manage. Read message history. Use send a text message. Send voice message. Create polls. Connect. This is a lot, isn't it? Video, use soundboard, external sound, use our speaker, mute speak members, deafen members, move members. Use applicable commands, use activity external, create events, manage events. Members with this permission will have every permission will bypass all channel specific permissions. This is dangerous. dangerous. Manage members. Where's Zaya? Zaya, Mike. Yeah. I think I got it. Oh, that's super pink. Okay. Congratulations, even though it's just a mod.
擁有一間會常食嘅嘢。擁有一間會常食嘅嘢。
香港寵慣咗你，你真係落樓隨香港寵慣咗你，香港寵慣咗，你真係落樓隨。
1730. Wait, let me give you a hex code. Sure. Just know that Mike and Zai are gonna have the same permissions. Mike is inevitable. He's the famous one here. He definitely needs to.
你真係落樓，隨便一個屋村都有，隨便一個屋村都有咁多間唔同嘅類型嘅嘢食，都有咁多間唔同嘅類型嘅嘢食。
茶記我覺得日日食啦，你茶記我覺得日日食啦，你換住嚟食你都唔會厭。
Besides, I don't even know how long, like this Discord is it gonna grow? Maybe, but eventually hit a plateau. I think you shouldn't give rights to Mike just because. Okay. To be honest, I don't think Mike would do anything with it. So I guess that's a good point.
你換住嚟食你都唔會厭。
通常大家食慣茶記嘅你。通常大家食慣茶記嘅，你追捧開嗰間覺得 OK 咧，啲人你追捧開嗰間覺得 OK 咧，啲人係會長煲嗰間嘅，啲人係會長煲嗰間嘅，然之後等佢轉咯，然之後等佢轉咯，轉到服咗一次我先再試第二間咯，我先再試第二間咯。
同埋最掛住我覺得都有港式奶茶，都有港式奶茶。
啊！我之前有個朋友喺嗰邊就係開即係叫港式茶餐廳，都好出名下噶啦，都好出名下噶啦，我知道好多英國嘅朋友都，都會專登揸車去嗰度買噶啦。
Did anything change? It just looks like it's colorless. Oh, okay. Interesting.
都會專登揸車去嗰度買嘅。呢半年開咗自己 YouTube channel，教人哋整嘢食。佢其中一條最高標數嘅片就係大大隻字4個字港 就係大大隻字4個字港式奶茶，港式奶茶，即係呢樣係我諗唔到佢。
Better for sure. Where's Sauce Boss? I don't even know who Sauce Boss is in here. If he doesn't even exist in here. Oh well. I don't know who Sauce Boss in this case. It's Grace Love. Okay. Everyone's part of the green, the pink. What about your BFF Len? He's not really here that often. He's not really on Discord as often, I think. He's like a homie, but he only comes like once in a while. It's okay.
即係呢樣係我諗唔到。
It's just a title.
嗰陣時有問過我意見啊，嗰陣時有問過我意見啊，擺啲咩嘅食嘢？擺啲咩嘅食嘢？
What is that character?
擺啲咩嘅食嘢會吸引啲咧？咁會吸引啲咧？咁我就話奶茶呢兩個字唔夠，你加港式兩個字喺前面，你加港式兩個字喺前面，件事就唔同晒啦。件事就唔同晒啦。你而家仲有咁強烈嘅思鄉症？你而家仲有咁強烈嘅思鄉症？
一定有啦。咁始終喺呢度好辛苦。
所以間唔中好似今次咁樣咯，即係所以間唔中好似今次咁樣咯，即係你掛住，哎呀唔該晒你啊，係啦，哎呀唔該，係啦，你掛住嘅咪翻嚟咯，係啦，你掛住嘅咪翻嚟咯，係啦，你掛住嘅，但我哋覺得我哋而家陣間有個好啲嘅落腳點開，但我哋覺得我哋而家陣間有個好啲嘅落腳點開，點可以更加舒服去食，點可以更加舒服去食。我哋而家轉場先，係我哋而家轉場先，我哋咪到行我哋，我哋就由我見1年開始講起啊。
身份上面就有身份上面就有。
我以為你轉眼就話俾我知，係啊，你哥哥我結咗婚啦，
做媽媽啦，
做媽媽添啦。
不如你講下你覺得我會做啲乜嘢？
我有啲覺得你一係就可能你始終俾我感覺傾向好斯文啲嗰啲嚟嘅，傾向好斯文啲嗰啲嚟嘅，傾向好斯文，所以一係就係啲好文職嘅嘢啦，又或者我會覺得係甚至乎關於接觸遊客嘅，甚至乎關於接觸遊客嘅甚至乎關於接觸服務性啲行業嘅。
但係你覺得我導遊嗰方面做得好咩？即係喺英國嗰一次去介紹地方，我覺得我都介紹。
土不絕雞都係唔似嗰種你，土不絕雞都係唔似嗰種你，土不絕雞都係唔似嗰種你唔係嗰種人嚟嘅。你唔係嗰種人，我到今日應該我哋第3次見啦。你都仲係好似好第一次見咁嗰種感，
對於同一個比較資深嘅人傾偈，對於同一個比較資深嘅或者資歷多啲嘅人傾。
好，我哋嗌翻個資深批，我冇呢咁嘅壓力啫啊！
冇嘅，
你哋冇嘅呢句都好有喎。嗱，唔好話幕前工作啊，你平時可能就翻工喺個 office 入邊同其他同事相處，又咪都係咁。
係，其實我好驚得罪人，我係講錯啲。
但冇得避喎。呢樣咧，我本身咧我都會驚嘅，我都係個好驚會得罪人嗰啲人嚟嘅。所以有一期啲人話我講嘢咧係，
好小心。
你要做到咁圓滑，即係你要做到咁圓滑，即係你會考量好多嘢啦。即係呢句未必係你嘅真心話， 咁跟住然之後慢慢我又會覺得，不如我俾自己放鬆少少。可能經過過去嗰2次同你嘅相處，我又覺得你係個幾易話為人嚟嘅，係啊，
冇乜主見咯，可以咁講。
我本身諗住形容你叫幾隨和啫，係幾冇所謂嘅，又未去到幾冇主見嘅，
可能會有自己 idea 嘅，但係又好似喺人哋面前冇乜所謂嘅，即係我自己對於自己嘅事。
咁我咪你私下心裏面啫，然之後你少翻個人100萬次。
可能會㗎，小心啲講笑。但係好開心你好誠實咁同我講，你覺得我適合邊一類型嘅事業或者工作咯？我覺得我係透過我身邊嘅人去認識翻自己，或者去再探索睇下。
我係諗緊呢個係咪好事？點解認識自己要透過身邊人去口中？咁你咪會慢慢成為咗人哋口中形容嘅。
所以我喺 social media 上面我都靜咗好一段時間，我都希望去揾翻自己咯，喺唔同事情當中。依家真係可能影嘅嘢會唔同咗咯，即係有攝影師可能係2-3年前揾我啦，但係又係之前可能夾唔到時間，或者有時間未必揾佢去合作啦，或者有時間未必揾佢去合作。然後今次翻嚟想傾翻合，然之後就話我應該影唔翻你之前想要嗰一類型嘅嘢，我應該影唔翻你之前想要嗰一類型嘅嘢。
通常之前嘅攝影師係覺得你係點樣㗎？
可能以前係偏文青啦，少女係嗰種，或者即係要少少可愛咁樣啦。但係依家就會可能偏向即係成熟少少啊。或者優雅啊嗰種，或者係型格少少嘅路線，都有。
好，睇我今日影嗰啲咩出嚟？
諗緊嘅大個咧，可能都算係心智有少少成熟咗啦。可能都算係心智有少少成熟啦，或者係因為踏出社會啦，所以要好似真係磨平咗自己少少稜角咯。都係因為咁樣而失去咗自己，因為可能你要遷就身邊嘅人啊，因為可能你要遷就身邊嘅人啊，或者要顧及嘅嘢更加多咯。或者要顧及嘅嘢更加多咯。
點為止覺得自己一刻我可以處理事情成熟啲？
始終都係我屋企人唔喺香港啦，而我自己喺英國生活啦。咁好多瑣碎嘅事啦，即係。
That's actually how I started, but I ended up sounding like an old guy, so I stopped. The R sounds so satisfying. It does make certain words flow easier. I could definitely say that. Like lifer, like one order. Instead of saying lifen, lifer just sounds easier.
咁好多瑣碎嘅事啦，即係今年又要交稅，交電費啦。
一諗起呢啲就覺得自己大個咗啦嘛。
係啊，
以前呢啲錢邊關我事嘅啫。
啱啊，由租金啦，你要究竟你人工幾多方面要交租啦，究竟你人工幾多方面要交租啦，然之後剩低嘅錢又點樣處理？覺得我依家20出頭啦，我冇可能安定於我而家嘅生活。 我冇可能安定於我而家嘅生活，即係或者有啲嘢係你可以計得到、計算得到，你可以計得到、計算得到嘅成果，或者見到成績出嚟，或者見到成績出嚟，或者見到而唔係嗰啲可能比較虛無嘅嘢，而唔係嗰啲可能比較虛無嘅嘢。而唔係嗰啲可能比較虛無嘅嘢，你就我覺得比較難去滿足我自己。
我游一游咗雲喺度諗，我游一游咗雲喺度諗，即係你呢個階段，即係你呢個階段，叔叔點會未經歷過咧？係咪？叔叔點會未經歷過咧？係咪？我諗個個都會經歷過嘅。我係諗緊我當其時呢一個階段嘅時候，我係諗緊咩？我係諗緊咩？我會有諗過自己融唔融入到，我會有諗過自己融唔融入到而家呢一種生活啦，而家呢一種生活啦，同身邊嘅 partner。同身邊嘅 partner 夾唔夾得到啦？夾唔夾得到？我又係覺得自細覺得自己係好難融入一個，我又係覺得自細覺得自己係好難融入一個群體嘅。
我喺英國揾工作時候啦，我都會考慮到會唔會融入到佢哋群體咯。因為我都會考慮到會唔會融入到佢哋群體咯。因為好多時候嗰邊嘅 interview 啦，即係對於我呢啲叫做初入行啦，即係對於我呢啲叫做初入行或者冇乜經驗嘅人嚟講咧，或者冇乜經驗嘅人嚟講，佢哋真係好睇你嘅性格噶嘛。然後佢會問你啊，你點解中意呢間公司啊？都係嗰啲基本問題啦，都係嗰啲基本問題啦。你覺得自己適應能力點啊？你覺得自己適應能力點啊？或者你會用啲咩字去形容自己咁啊？或者你會用啲咩字去形容自己咁？
即係唔好變成咗從前你自己討厭嘅嗰種。即係呢一個我係經常有 remind 住自己㗎。即係呢一個我係經常有 remind 住自己㗎。即係你問我經常身邊可能例如我要拍嘢，例如今日同 Tiffany 拍，佢好明顯細我一截啦，係咪？佢好明顯細我一截啦，係咪？但係佢會願意同我出嚟拍嘅時候，或者可能其他唔同嘅一啲拍片嘅朋友，佢會願意融入埋俾我，佢會願意融入埋俾我。呢件事我係好開心嘅，即係我開心嘅地方唔係我要扮後生，而係反而調翻轉，我會覺得，我應該未係一個老屎忽啦。我應該未係一個老屎忽啦。尤其我啱啱開始出嚟做嘢嘅時候，其實我係幾唔中意某啲，恃老賣老嘅老師傅嘅。恃老賣老嘅老師傅嘅。恃老賣老嘅老師傅嘅。咁我唔希望有一日，儘管可能我經驗比一啲新嘅多，但係我唔需要擺一個老師傅嘅。
Mine is completely random. Like I don't even know what accent I have. Someone said I have someone from I don't even know what this sounds like. Guangxi. Let's see, I don't know. Guangxi. They said I like someone from Guangxi, but I don't know what that sounds like. I think I mix every single accent into one, so I don't know what I sound like.
I like
老板，
哎，要什么？
我要火了
啊！你过你就过了嘛，来我这里炫耀什么？谁没有过？
什么炫耀什么？
Oh god. I shadowed someone, yes, but as time goes by, my speaking decayed. So pretty much it just goes back to whatever it was before. So I pretty much just sound like a foreigner completely, I'm sure. Where is he from? Oh, well, let's see. Xi'an. It's the Xi'an. Xi'an. Drop a like on the live stream, it helps. Me? Leaving like my own stream? Wow, 10 likes? That's a lot of people. Okay. Not you, others. Well, I usually get like 1 like on average per stream, but I think it's when I first start, it's going to be like a lot, and then all of a sudden it's going to drop down to like 1 again. Not you, he's giving us orders. Oh. I think liking the shorts would be a lot better than liking the stream. Either way.
但係我唔需要擺一個老師傅嘅價。
我自己係真係一個內向嘅人啦，或者比較靜啦，咁好多時候又係面試嘅過程當中，你需要做一個小組討論，或者一個小組presentation，咁冇理由我會坐喺嗰度咩都唔講，或者我都遇過一啲比我更加靜嘅人。
Thank you, Neo. Thank you.
或者我都遇過一啲比我更加靜嘅人，我點樣去 lead 住，然後又
I think for a total, from like getting a shout out from Mike and Link together, I got about 30 since yesterday. I was like, yay, 30. Awesome. I guess that's pretty good. I'll take 30, almost 200. The crazier thing is how many hours people watch the raw interview. Let's see, analytics. It just skyrocketed super high. Like, what the heck is this? Bam. Actually, no, that's the new video. Watch time. Okay, it went from 17, like 12, 11 per day, and then bam, freaking 90. Giveaway at 200. I don't even get paid, so there's a live count. That's funny. Ironically, the most views is still my 3-hour video. It's still my most viewed. Mike's 84 hours. Oof. Oh, this is up to today, so people are still watching it up to now. Yeah, because 3 hours long, people have to come back. That's true. I guess that's a good reason to keep it long. But to be fair, only people that come back will actually. 16 subscribers from this video alone. Wow. I'm actually curious about Mike's stats. I guarantee he has like maybe like 1,000 hours, definitely, and then he has 1,600 for sure. I don't know how many subscribers he'll get from it though. All right, for analytics, right?
然後又唔壟斷發言咧，
It's big, yeah. Until yeah, well, hey Mike, let's do another one.
然後又唔壟斷發言咧，呢個真係。
Honestly, I just getting to the point that now I'm just interviewing like people in the Discord. There's actually, I think I mentioned this more. That I'm going to talk to a guy named Straya. He's N1, which is crazy. Wait, he's 20. Okay, he's in his 20s. He is an N1. Where is it? Blah 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 blah. I'm just gonna live stream it casually, and that's the interview. Not to be crazy. Oh, it's freaking glitchy on me. Come on. He's N1, N2. Yeah, it'll be next Thursday. It'll be nighttime for me, and it'll be more early morning for you. He lives in Japan right now. Actually, though, I didn't ask him where he's from though. He definitely looks like someone from. I don't know. I never asked. I guess he has his own little app here too. ReaderBarrett.app. I can always just ask him. Yeah, because my thing with him is 7 p.m. and for you that's 4 a.m. So you can always watch it when we wake up. Or I don't even think it'll be that interesting. Depends, because I'm pretty much interviewing him from a student perspective. I'm not interviewing him from like an interviewer's perspective. I'm just gonna ask him like how a normal learner would ask another person, I guess.
我覺得唔使話考試啊，我覺得唔使話考試啊，而家你都有啲似呢個狀態，而家你都有啲似呢個狀態。
你又唔 agree 啊？
我頭先有好幾次我。
If this was a full-time job, this would be great because I've been at it for 6 hours and 44 minutes. Ask you about a pitch accent, please. Oops, wrong button. Oops, not this. He told me he still struggles with listening because he apparently to get N2 is actually N1, N2. He said it's actually not hard because in reality he said he thinks having an N1 plus like beyond N1 is more better to enjoy the country. So let's I can actually quote him on that. I'm around N1, N2 right now, and I would say it's enough to get by, but I would still want an N1 plus level for the best experience. So he pretty much wants native. He wants Mad First Japan level, I guess. So he apparently N1, he only know about 1,000, 12,000 words. I thought, oh, okay then. I thought, nah, you might think like 60,000, right? On a link scale, since it's for true, I think it's much lower. Link is like 40,000 for advanced too. I think I believe 120,000. I probably scared him badly though. He's probably like N1 plus 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 plus. Like SPF plus 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 plus. SPF 50 plus plus plus. SPF 50 plus 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 plus. Is there a fifth plus? I know you're big into sunscreens, but is there a plus 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 plus? No idea. I think there's only 4 pluses. Yeah, there's only 4.
我頭先有好幾次我都覺得啊，即係好似我而家考緊試咁樣，佢不斷去 sense 緊我邊個位講完之後啊，佢不斷去 sense 緊我邊個位講完之後啊，佢不斷去 sense 緊我邊個位講完之後啊，我係咪要講翻啲嘢咧？我係咪要講翻啲嘢？佢而家個標都係有呢一個狀態喺度嘅，佢而家個標都係有呢一個狀態喺度。係啊，
我呢個諗點樣回答？我呢個諗點樣回答
？Okay, I need 5 minutes now. One hour 23 minutes. My goodness.
跟住你就
係我嚟啦，係咪？
跟住你就
係我嚟啦，係咪？係咪啊？
你就嚟啦，
係咪啊？
你就嚟，劉嘉玲， 其實你知唔知呢場戲講咩㗎？哎呀，劉嘉玲，其實你知唔知呢場戲講咩㗎？有陣時俾啲農民睇到咪會咧，有陣時俾啲農民睇到咪會咧，即係帶我去公安局咁，即係劉芳剛嗰啲廣東話都唔得，但係佢揾程乃根入嚟聽啊嘛，但係佢揾程乃根入嚟聽啊嘛。佢揾程乃根，我又得，喂唔得真係唔得啦，我教唔到，喂唔得真係唔得啦，我教唔到誒。咁啊佢話咁你不如去選美啊。咁啊佢話咁你不如去選美啊。佢又唔話俾你聽咩事要 NG， 佢又唔話俾你聽咩事要 NG， 總之就 NG， 總之就 NG 到你淨係放棄啊 ，NG 到你淨係放棄啊，就係咁啦，就係咁啦。原來嗰個係呢個感覺嚟，佢哋個個都着羽素秋嗰啲咁嘅靚衫，佢哋個個都着羽素秋嗰啲咁嘅靚衫，做咩要我一個人扮男仔周伯通啊？係咪？做咩要我一個人扮男仔周伯通啊？係咪？即係王家衛，你咁偏心，你偏心到唔係咁樣係嘛？我好抗拒咯。
Have I ever thought about doing any language challenges? Like another one? 10,000 hours wasn't enough? Technically, learning the 9 languages is the challenge, isn't it? Isn't that already not extremely hard in itself?
我好抗拒咯。喂，嘉玲，真係唔抵啦！你係最好嘅，哇！我即刻喊，成個眼淚落晒落嚟。哇！我即刻喊，成個眼淚落晒落嚟咯。你係最好嘅，哇！我即刻喊，成個你係最好嘅，哇！我即刻喊，成個眼淚落晒落嚟咯。
你同阿梁朝偉有冇做過一件你認為好浪漫嘅事啊？
喂，我哋而家好浪漫噶喎，我哋而家反而咧會嘅事啊。喂，我哋而家好浪漫噶喎，我哋而家反而咧會拖手仔噶喎。佢同工人講嘢，佢都要通過我去講嘅。係咩？係啊。點樣啊？咩啦咁樣。咁我哋會拖手仔噶喎。佢同工人會拖手仔噶喎。佢同工人講嘢，佢都要通過我去講嘅。係咩？係啊。點樣啊？你自己同佢講咯，你同佢講啊，咁樣嘅。因為咧，當你自己有能力嗰陣時，你出去買樣，你自己同佢講咯，你同佢講啊，咁樣嘅。你自己同佢講咯，你同佢講啊，咁樣嘅。因為咧，當你自己有能力嗰陣時，你出去買樣，自己賺錢買樣嘢，你直頭理所當然啊！你唔好講嘢啊！你唔好話呢個顏色你又買，自己賺錢買樣嘢，你自己賺錢買樣嘢，你直頭理所當然啊！你唔好講嘢啊！你唔好你咪買咗，你唔關你事，係我自己嘅錢。所以我覺得女人一定要有自己咯。
今日都要出我哋嘅嘉賓咧，
所以我覺得女人一定要有自己。
今日都要出我哋嘅嘉賓咧，大家都見到啦。劉嘉玲你好啊，
你好啊，今次輪到你訪問
我就啱啱想
你好啊，今次輪到你訪問
我就啱啱想講，上次咧就係去你嘅節目啦，係啊，上次咧就係去你嘅節目啦，係啊，一個訪談又帶我去玩嘅節目啦，係啊，一個訪談又帶我去玩嘅節目，咁當中咧我又問到，係。我話
我一路都有睇嘅，
係多謝。咁樣啊，我話可唔可以上我 show 啊？咁樣答得好爽快嘅，
係
得，我應承你咁樣，得，我應承你咁樣。
信譽好緊要，信譽好緊要。
我就係話你個人咧，響嗰次嘅訪問咧。響嗰次嘅訪問咧，因為我哋都好多年冇見啊，老實講，咁啊可以問咧，因為我哋都好多年冇見啊，老實講，咁啊可以有一個好長嘅時間傾偈。我發覺你個人都係好爽快嘅，我發覺你個人都係好爽快嘅，係。同埋你應承嘅嘢咧，你會做到嘅，係咪？係咪？
係，一定係。
呢個你嘅標誌嚟。呢個你嘅標誌嚟，
冇錯。
你唔會話扭扭零零㗎，你唔會話扭扭零零㗎，標 字嚟嘅，
冇錯。
你唔會話扭扭零零嘅，
我唔中
字嚟嘅，
冇錯。
你唔會話扭扭零零嘅，
我唔中意扭扭零零嘅。
你係不嬲都係咁樣㗎。
我不嬲就唔應承，應承我一定會出席，就算我唔舒服，我都要赴呢個約咯。承諾好緊要啊，對，就唔應承，應承我一定會出席，就唔應承，應承我一定會出席，就算我唔舒服，我都要赴呢個約咯。
我 appreciate 嗰次，我一問你係一秒都冇就話，我應承你咁樣，
因為我中意你嘅人啊嘛。
我 appreciate 嗰次，我一問你係一秒都冇就話，我應承你咁樣，
因為我中意你嘅人啊嘛。
多謝你，我就係想講翻我哋啲淵源啊。
係，
你記唔記得我哋第一次見？多謝你，我就係想講翻我哋啲淵源啊。
係，
你記唔記得我哋？
我記得咧，應該係流民大亨嗰陣時。
嗰陣時咧就係一個好長期嘅合作，因為嗰陣時
嗱，我記得咧應該係流民大亨嗰陣時。
嗰陣時咧就係一個好長期嘅合作，嗰陣時咧就係一個好長期嘅，因為嗰陣時啲劇集好長。
係啊係啊。係啊係啊係啊係。
記得係
差唔多啦，㗎啦，係。
但係我第一次見你咧，我就記得你咧就
係咪好肚啊？
覺得你喺我眼中咧，劉嘉玲係幾個階段咧都俾我見到嘅。劉嘉玲係幾個階段咧都俾我見到嘅。初初咧就係訓練班出嚟，初初咧就係訓練班出嚟。你同吳君如，同曾華倩係最老友。你同吳君如，同曾華倩係最老友。你同吳君如，同曾華倩係最老，好嘈嘅， 好嘈嘅。我嗰次訪問啊吳君如，我都有話俾佢啊，吱吱喳喳嘅咁樣。嗰陣時未做主角嘅咁樣，嗰陣時未做主角嘅，好正經嘅嘛係咪？我就好正經嘅嘛，
好正經啊！
係
你係太正，好正經啊！你係太正經
係啊，我都知啊，
好驚啊！
而家我釋放啊咁嘈嘅呢啲女仔咁樣，咁嘈嘅呢啲女仔咁。
其實唔係我嘈，係佢哋兩個嘈。其實唔係我嘈，係佢哋兩個嘈。
好老友啦，見到你哋成日都係喺一齊啦，咁樣。好老友啦，見到你哋成日都係喺一齊啦，咁樣有嘢做咧，又係你哋幾個嘅。咁樣有嘢做咧，又係你哋幾個嘅啊！吱吱喳喳好開心。咁嗰陣時咧，你喺我心目中係一個小妹妹。
係
嚇。咁跟住咧就開始公司咧有戲俾你做啦。新澤師兄，雖然我冇份做，但係我哋成日喺化妝間咧做，但係我哋成日喺化妝間咧係你哋化妝，我哋出發，係你哋化妝，我哋出發，或者係即係總之喺一個大化妝間，即係總之喺一個大化妝。
唔係流文大坑先嘅咩？唔係流文大坑先嘅咩？
我覺得係新澤師
死啦
你喎！我咁然之後我覺得啊，開始有戲做咧就係、咁，然之後我覺得啊，開始有戲做咧就係、知道有機會嚟啊，嚇點樣去做好戲，好嚇點樣去做好戲，好咁、你話流文大坑咁啊的確啦，咁啊同你合作啦。繼而我講之後咧，一路見你拍到而家咧，你係變咗一個好有氣場嘅人喎。到而家咧，你係變咗一個好有氣場嘅人喎，你知嘛？
係咩？可能我年紀大咗。
關唔關事啊？有啲人年紀大都冇咩氣場。
Ensuite en français, donc
très difficile. How about writing system? Which one がチェールオレオソイ？
日本にもう9年も住んでたんですよね。Every language has its special ways of saying things.
カナダ人まで始まりました。もちチャンネル。さあ、今回はですね、20カ国語喋れるというカナダ人のスティーブさんにインタビュー。いろんな言語で喋ってもらったんですけど、一生懸命ね、ペルシャ語の訳ができる人とか、いろいろ探したんですが、見つからなかったので、流します。すいません。もう2ヶ月ぐらいで動画出るの経っちゃってるんですけど、インタビューしたので、ぜひ見てください。
So I heard you can speak 20 languages.
That's a bit of an exaggeration. although, let's put it this way. Probably I have, say, 12 languages that I could speak now.
Right.
And more or less comfortably, but with mistakes, with problems and stuff like that. And of course, the languages that I speak the best, like French or Japanese, I don't make so many mistakes. In other languages, I make more mistakes. Then there's another 8 languages that I have at one point spoken, well enough. I have a large vocabulary. I understand a lot. When I was in the country, I speak. And so Korean is in that category, Czech, and so forth. And then I have languages that I'm learning right now, in particular Persian, which actually I speak quite fairly well.
7 hours. Holy moly. I need another break. All right, usual plan. Need a reset.
这一所到那一所。
It's been a long day. Not gonna lie. Been a very long day. Oh no, hello. I'm just doing something real quick. Ooh, I don't know how I'm still awake though. Contact lenses. That stuff's so hard in the beginning. Am I doing anything? Oh. Hey Neil, I'm just doing all Mandarin. I'm just doing all Mandarin listening now. I think I'm going to have to focus on Cantonese and Mandarin. Just try to get this Mandarin number to C1, but it's gonna be a while. Because I pretty much did, like, I did what I call 10 sessions of Cantonese, or I did 50 minutes of. So I pretty much did 50 minutes Cantonese already. So I pretty much call it 10 sessions, 10 5-minute sessions. So my brain's like, okay, you reached your goal for the day, just do whatever, it's playtime. So I guess Mandarin will just the full camera. Am I glitched? The full camera view. Better? Actually, I have no idea. From my perspective, it seemed like it was streaming.
我在国内有100万年薪，在加拿大我肯定找到。Sorry，我不会觉得这么容易。
Wait, it was showing my face the whole time, and I didn't know that? Shit, that's awkward.
所以只要你想往以后安逸的生活的话，我觉得加拿大是可以给你的，但是必须。
I had no idea. From my angle, it looks like I was seeing like everything, but I guess I was wrong. Thanks for telling me.
需要有一些钱去支撑你这个梦想。我没有见过好多人会发达，他们全都是实事求是去慢慢去干起来的。
采访了几百个移民朋友之后，发现不是每个人都适合移民，有的人可能过来以后呢，活得很开心，也有的人移民之后过得很挣扎。
That's why I wondered if you tried to stop the stream and didn't know you were still alive. Interesting. I guess I glitched the system for streaming for so long, I guess. Whew, I did a full-time job on streaming. It's actually not that bad. It's actually a lot more fun than I thought. Let's see. How much did I study? $13 minutes?
如果你在严肃地考虑移民，建议您做一个评估，看一看自己的情况是不是适合海外的生活。如果你愿意，可以添加评论区的联系方式。
That's power naps. I can it's an unlimited cycle. I can keep going forever as long as I take my power nap. But until it's nighttime, I have to start sleeping 6 hours. That's a whole different story. Take power naps are like the power move. It's impressive.
我好像在国内的社会已经就是
格格不入了，
格格不入了。格格不入了，给你介绍一个人，可以让你走捷径，直接可以让你走捷径。可以让你走捷径，直接可以发绿卡，孤注一掷就直接可以发绿卡，直接可以发绿卡，孤注一掷就
救命稻草，
孤注一掷就
救命稻草。
我心里是打鼓的，因为它是一个灰色地带的事情。人到加拿大这边来，发现这个事情是假的，我要你人到加拿大这边来，发现这个事情是我要你负法律责任，这个是违法的。最后他怕原地打包东西就走掉了。好抑郁，我真的想死的心都有。好抑郁，我真的想死的心都有。我觉得是我人生的至暗时刻之一。我觉得是我人生的至暗时刻之一。只有经历过的人才懂。只有经历过的人才懂吧？你会好的，总有一天，不管多长时间。
Hello， 你是陆是不是？是。哦，你好，你好，你好，谢谢你邀请我来。
终于见到
你住在这儿吗？
对，我住在这儿。 好，
看看你今天不用上班啊？
我今天在家。
哎呦，真不好意思，全部都在家，还是有时候要？
偶尔去一天。
哦，偶尔去，就是 work from home 那种是吧？哇，好温馨呐！哇，好温馨呐！哇，好温馨呐！哦，这小院真好。
因为 Coco 口这个区，我觉得是特别漂亮一个区，我不知道你之前来过没有？没有，它就像一个那种花园区一样，我就觉得这是温哥华的最后一方净土一样，我就觉得这是温哥华的最后一方净土一样，我就觉得这是温哥华的最后一方净土，它是那种小镇气息的这样一个区，
是吧？
然后等一下看看，如果不下雨了或者我可以带你
出去溜达溜达咱们哈，出去溜达溜达咱们哈。
溜达那边有公园呀。我叫陆，然后我是80后人，我从小到大都是在武汉市长。18岁之后就差不多高中毕业，就是父母就把我送出国了。
他们为啥送你出国？
其实我爸他可能之前是在外贸，就是国有的外贸，然后他自己也是干财会的外贸，然后他自己也是干外贸，然后他自己也是干财会的。我爸他就接触这个外面的世界比较多一点。他像他80几年就被公派去了他像他80几年就被公派去了美国呀，还有非洲呀，他好像是对这个国外就有一种向往。再加上我爸和我妈他们两个都在体制内。
Nothing at all. I actually just fell asleep and then I woke up and here I am still.
再加上我爸和我妈他们两个都在体制内。
People, I get pretty much everyone just left. I'm not sure because my whole camera was on the whole time. It was kind of awkward, but I had no idea.
再加上我爸和我妈他们两个都在体制内。
I want to end the stream like in a minute. Actually, just gonna call it. I need a break from language.
之内他们觉得中国的这个社会好像不那么好，有些贪污腐败的事情，有些贪污腐败的事情。
Yeah, I think that's a good place to end. Let's see. So 729. I'll take it. You're close to your goal in Vietnamese. B2, yeah, that's the hit the B2 for listening. That's about it. It's really not that impressive. Vietnamese is actually not a priority. It's just my identity. So it's just there existing. The real priority is like Mandarin, Cantonese, French, I guess. French is definitely one. Especially if I were to plan to move to Canada, for sure. Why aren't the Link people doing anything about that issue? Good question. I'm actually going to end the stream here, so thanks for your time, Neil. I'll see you tomorrow. All right, thanks everyone. Take care now. 8 hours is done.